10 over, right?
6 to 10 over. Correct, Your Honor.
Right. Okay, to that charge, 6 to 10 over, 45 and a 35, essentially, responsible or not responsible.
Responsible, Your Honor.
And you're authorized in that plea on his behalf?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept that plea. He's got to slow down a little bit though, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Elisa, let me see. Okay, yeah, 185, and I'm going to give him until, yeah, I can't, 195. I'll
Okay.
do that, but 195 and it's due by 11/5, okay? November 5th.
Thank you, Judge. Me and your staff have a wonderful day.
You too, thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
That's all I've seen with bullhounds.
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah.
Evaluate reasoning. That's what we. All right. Carter? People against Omari Asante Carter, 25W8402338. Come on up to the podium, sir. Good morning. Your name? I'm sorry, say that again, please. You're charged with driving on a suspended, and you have the right to a lawyer. If you want one, I'll give you one. Would you like a lawyer?
Nah, that's not necessary.
Okay, so I'll arraign you and I'll let you go speak with the prosecutor then. Fair enough? Yes? Yes?
Yes, sir.
On October 2 of 25, the police think you were operating a motor vehicle on Western Ford Lane in Woodhaven at 11:53 p.m. They think you were driving with a suspended license. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable, excuse me, by up to $500 in fines, 93 days jail, costs you all those 2 points. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign this advice or rights?
Yes.
Okay, you just have to keep your voice up for me, okay? Did you read it and understand it?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you will be giving up all those rights and we're not going to have a trial of any kind. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
Okay, so
I can't engage in the discussion.
yeah, I'm really confused.
What are you confused about?
Just because you mentioned jail time, so
That's the possible. I have to tell everybody the maximums.
okay. Well,
I did not say you were going to jail.
yeah, look. Yes, that's fine. I'm gonna wait. Don't worry.
You waived the lawyer? Yes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to enter a not guilty plea, $500 personal bond. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. We're going to take this case to the prosecutor. You can go out in the hallway. He'll call you in. Does he have to sign in over there?
I'll just let him know he's out there.
Yeah. So and then either way, you're coming back in front of me, okay? Any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck. What's that? You can tell him. Have a seat right here. Yeah. What are you here on?
I have the paper right here. It's all right. Give you the paper?
Yeah, just wait till he comes in. He'll be back in 30 seconds, okay?
No, down. Down,
You have it? Oh, well, hang on. We're
just one.
She just brought it in.
she has. All right. This will get with 7.
All right. Ivan Earl Tarrant, 25W83966OA and B.
Glasses in.
Your name, sir?
Ivan Tarrant.
You were not given the citations? You were not handed the citations by the officer? He said that you're saying I was unaware of these citations. Officer never informed me of these violations.
No, he did not.
You were pulled over on West near Hall, right?
Yes.
The officer checked the box saying he was giving you the citations. I served a copy of the civil infraction complaint upon the defendant.
He just placed me under arrest, took me to the precinct, and that was it.
Placed you under arrest.
And it's been 4 days, and then what happened, precinct?
For what?
He said,
Not these tickets.
I owe you a ticket. I had unpaid ticket that I was, had a warrant for not showing up.
All right, can you pull him up, please? Let me check something here. Well, can you pull up number 3? Let me see that. When was he supposed to pay that? Why didn't you pay it? Why didn't you pay that ticket?
What ticket are you referring to?
It was an allowing an unlicensed driver to drive from 2023.
I'm not sure. I'm not allowing an unlicensed driver to. I'm not sure even about that ticket. I don't know nothing about that ticket there either. I thought I
Well, that must be why you were in jail.
would assume that's why he took me, I guess. I'm not even sure. He just said I owed a ticket, which I was supposed to see you, but I had some type of financial difficulty. I wasn't working in time, so I just, skipped the night about someone up. Pulled me over, said I had a warrant, and I was took to jail, and I got these citations. That's what I had.
Well, did you learn anything by not paying a ticket? That's why you were in custody. It had nothing to do with these other than the fact that you were pulled over on these.
Well, I mean, things happen. I mean, it wasn't like I just said I wasn't gonna pay it.
It was from 2023. Did you come and talk to me and say, "Hey, Jeff,
Okay,
slow down, slow down,
I'm still up.
slow down"? When I fined you and gave you time to pay, did you come and talk to me and say, "Judge, I don't have the money. Can I have an extension?" You didn't do that, did you?
Yeah, once, but I didn't come a second.
Or third or fourth or fifth time, right? Because we had a warrant in. I'm just telling you, I hope you learned something. You can't just ignore courts like these, right?
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. But like I was saying, I wasn't just purposely ignoring you guys.
I mean, I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna go ahead, because I said it for a motion to set aside default judgment and this, and what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, but I'm gonna take it your word that somehow you were taken into custody and they didn't give you the tickets and the officer made a mistake. I'll go ahead and dismiss these two. Okay?
Your Honor.
Because he didn't show up, it was scheduled for 9, I gave him 15 minutes, okay? Cases are dismissed. I wish you well. Good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
But next time, you gotta take care of your business next time. Nobody's gonna lock you up if you come and talk to them and say, "Hey, Judge, I don't have the money." Nobody in the world's gonna do that. Okay?
Sure.
Good luck. Omari Asante Carter, 25W840238. Good morning, Mr. Carter. Your name? So I'll go ahead and adjourn this. I'm going to give you 4 weeks to take care of this, okay? The prosecutor's asking me to adjourn it, he said for 30 days for remediation. So Lisa, let's go out 4 weeks, whatever date that would be, I guess, or is that Thanksgiving maybe?
November 26th at 8:30.
Okay, November, yeah, right, the day before.
I currently play college football right now.
For who?
Detroit Community Christian College. It's a.
You got a game that day?
No, I don't have a game that day, but I do travel. So
Oh.
the next 2 weeks we are traveling. Like this week, we're going to Ohio. It's supposed to be at Fire Academy.
You don't even have to ask. You can leave the state to play college football without consent, okay? What position you play?
I play running backs. I see kicking back special.
Good. How you guys doing?
It's a mess right now, but individually, I feel like I'm having a good season. We're just an air raid team, so I really don't get enough shine or enough touches in the game, but I'm working on it.
How old are you?
I'm 20. I just turned 20.
All right. Well, good luck to you. I wish you well. November 26th, 8:30.
Gotcha.
Okay, go down the hall, get your notice, and you're gonna have to fill out, yeah, if you decide you want a lawyer, you're gonna have to fill out a petition for one, okay? Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, did you check in with my court officer? Well, you're a nice kid. What's your name?
Connor.
Oh, yeah. Do you know what he's up for?
Yeah, I think it's for like what I got caught like drinking with David.
All right, don't. This is Connor, what?
Brent.
Brent, he's a nice kid. He needs to know where he has to go. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Connor Brandt, Brant, right? DT.
What time?
9:30.
Wow, somebody's on time.
I try to be.
Oh, well, yeah, you didn't check in with me. You gotta have a seat in the hallway. You gotta do what is prosecutor.
Sounds good.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
Come on. Hmm. Killing procedure. Against Kish, Eric Stefan Kish. Eric Stefan Kish, 25F244490.
Good morning, David Majorca, and on behalf of Mr. Fish, who's approaching the sentencing.
Good morning. Your name, sir? I need to check on. Just give me 1 second, if you would, please, Mr. York. All right. Is there a Darren Heimberger here, either on Zoom or in person? Darren Heimberger. Do
No,
you
not
have
on
it?
Zoom.
Okay. So, all right. So your client pled to OWI first offense. He referred for a screening and assessment. I'll note that he did not own the motor vehicle, so I did not immobilize it. His license was revoked. We put him through bond conditions. Have you had a chance to review the report with him, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
No additions or corrections requested. I can just quickly.
Sure.
I've had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Kish for a number of years, Your Honor. And since this charge has been pending before the court, in order to really get competency right away, we want to address it in a responsible way. At the time we offered the plea, the court indicated it would entertain the prospect of Mr. Kish obtaining formal entry into the sobriety court program. All substantive terms and conditions of bond while this matter has been pending, relative to his maintenance of sobriety, testing, certification of his sobriety, attendance at AA meetings, all attendance at classes here and meetings at the court have been in absolute strict compliance. He's doing everything that he could possibly do, Your Honor, to address this issue. I certainly believe he's a suitable candidate for the sobriety court program, and I hope the court agrees. I think he'll benefit tremendously from it, because I know this court has a very successful program in that regard. And he's off to a good running start, Judge.
I think so. I think so. Anything you'd like to say?
There you are.
This has been an easy one. I need an easy one. 2 years probation. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate a law or ordinance. If you change your address, place of employment, or home telephone number, you have to notify probation. You do have to comply with all agreements, guidelines, and requirements as indicated in the sobriety court participation handbook. You have to report to probation as directed. No alcohol, no illegal drugs, no marijuana either. Okay, you're not to purchase, possess, or consume any one of those. You're to submit to chemical testing, PBTs, and ETG tests on demand of the probation department. They're going to have you test like 3 times a week. It's now on our dime, not through our grant, so we'll get that switched over today. You're to complete 60 days on the SoberLink device from today's date. You're to attend 12-step meetings at least 3 times a week and provide proof. You're to obtain an AA/NA sponsor. You're to attend all substance abuse treatment in an approved facility, attend the Victims Impact Panel, attend and complete the Armed Specialty Court Weekend Program. You have to report to sobriety court status review hearings with me every 2 weeks. You do have to obtain and maintain employment with proof provided. So far, do you understand everything?
Yes.
All right, now, I'm going to enunciate the, just give me 1 second here. I'm going to enunciate the fines and costs. You have, I'm going to go light on the fines as much as I can, 200, cost 200. $75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment. So fines and costs are $5.25. Screening fee is $60 for $585. Probation fees are $480 for a total of $1,065. Plus, you have $360 in sobriety court fees for $425. Plus, you have cost of recovery of $150. I mean, I feel bad about these. I just can't do any better. So you got $1,575. I'm going to order that you complete, serve 10 days jail. Credit 1, serve 9. I'll let you serve those as follows. You know, this was a high breathalyzer. It really concerns me. I'm going to let you serve 3 of those days by way of community service and 6 days on the court work program. Court work program fees then are $35 a day for a total of $210, bringing your total here. At least I think I'm right. I scribbled it down. Was it $1,525 before that, making it $1,735 now?
I have 1785 total.
$1,785. You're probably right. So $1,785 total. I'm going to give you time to serve your community service. I'll give you all the way to January the 15th. If you violate, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 93 days. You have 21 days to appeal. You have 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer. I'm glad you made this step. I think it's going to really help you. I really do. You've been easy to deal with. Does he have money he can pay today?
I didn't address it this morning, Your Honor. Are you prepared to make payment today or do you want monthly installment payments?
Monthly installment.
Do you have anything today?
I'm not sure. I didn't know how much it would be.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't address the payment of fines and costs.
Don't worry about it. Can you pay anything today? If not, to just tell me.
Yeah.
You make $1,200 a week and you're single and live with your parents, right?
Yes.
Can you pay $100 per week?
Yeah.
Okay, $100 per week. And again, if you ever need more time, not a problem. Just, you can either honor before any due date. You can either go on Zoom with me at 8:30 in the morning or walk in here. I'll give you a little leeway time. You pay $100 per week, and I'm going to start that on November the 17th. I really look forward to working with you. It's going to be the best decision you made in your life. You'll meet with probation.
Thank you very much.
George, always a pleasure.
Your Honor, can I approach just for 1 minute on related matter?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, record a second.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. So see if I can have a bridge go through. So I can do that. Oh, I'm just staying home with just that. Yeah, I'm not doing any tournaments or anything. Right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Say it again. Yeah. I looked at it. I know one of them is potential scratch. Which one? One of the two big ones, one of the two favorites. It's so I can't remember which one it is. Yeah. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 10, 8. You want me to add one? 6, 10, 15, 6, 7, 10.
Good to see you. Always. Okay,
Thanks. Have a good day. Yes.
let's go to Fuller. Andre Ramon Fuller. 18B 133523A, 14B 74531B.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Torrey Westmoreland, greatly behalf of Mr. Fuller. Fuller, please state it off the record. Not grateful.
I also have one 8B 133523B. I can't wait to hear.
Your Honor, at this time, we're prepared to vote formal reading of the Class 6 meeting.
I'm just curious. What made you walk in 11 years after the fact on this 2014 case? Hang on, I'm not done. And then, what made you walk in on this 2018 case today? You haven't been here in 11 years and 6 years. If he thinks he's walking out with a personal bond, he's got something else coming. I'm asking you a question. Why did you not show up on these cases? Why do you think that you're larger than life? I don't like this.
I went to get my CDFs when I went.
Maybe we don't want to move the case now. Maybe we don't want to move the case now. Maybe I want to set this in 7 years. That's what I feel like doing. You feel now you need something, so you want to walk in here? Are you kidding me? What am I talking about? Is that what you said to him?
That's not what you said, Judge. Your Honor, he was under the impression that would impose a bond on him.
And I was under the impression when I got elected district judge in 94, they were electing me president of the United States. I really don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. 3,010%. 3,010% on 523A. And so with all these new rules, if anybody wants to criticize me on this, I just want to make it clear that Mr. Fuller here didn't show up in 14. We issued a warrant. He forfeited bonds. He didn't show up in 18. He forfeited other bonds. So, you know what? I don't care if he can post or not. 3,010% on 531B. I get tired of this. Like, who would you think you are to do this? I'm serious. I mean, who would you think you are? No respect for the system, man.
I've been trying to get my.
You haven't been trying to do anything.
Yes.
I don't want to hear it. You're going to sit down there or you're going to post $600. If you're not going to post $600, you're in custody. Or is he just assuming he can walk in 11 years and I'm going to give him a
Did nobody call for them?
personal bond? Do you have the money to post the bond or not?
Yeah.
You pull this game with me again, I'm telling you next time you'll be sitting in there. I'll make sure of it. Well, then he looks around like, what's wrong with this judge? He thinks I'm not showing respect because it only took me 11 years to come in here and see him.
Stroke, son.
You were getting picked up and arrested on other cases. You posted bonds and then you didn't show up again. Now you send your lawyer in here to tell me that you thought the case was taken care of. Really? I can add 3 and 8 without a calculator. I don't want to hear it. What date am I giving them here, Lisa? I had it written down. I don't know. This is Brownstown, I guess, both of them. So I'm setting it for November the 5th at 11. John?
He's gonna post around now.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, Adrian Lamar Daniel, 25.840169 A and B. Your name?
Adrian Daniel.
All right, you worked it out, Mr. Daniel. You're going to plead to no ops on person, and they are going to dismiss the driving on a suspended. True?
Yes,
Is that what you want to do?
yes, sir.
If you plead guilty here, the possible penalties are up to 100 in fines, 90 days jail, costs. Do you understand that?
Yes,
And
sir.
did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
You plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights. There will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you waived your right to a lawyer before. You still wish to waive your right to a lawyer. To the charge, no valid operator's license on your person. How do you plead?
No,
Were you operating a motor vehicle on October 1 at 25 to 12:36 a.m. on I-75 in King and Woodhaven?
yes, sir.
Did you have a valid operator's license on your person?
No.
Are you on probation or parole?
I'm on probation with Lincoln Park. I'm supposed to get off on the 13th of next month.
Do you understand if you were on probation on October 1, and it sounds like you were of this year, that this would be deemed a violation of that probation? That probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated on that charge as a result of this plea and conviction.
Yes, I already let my probation off.
You still wish to plead guilty? Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
And also, as part of this agreement, that no proof of insurance will be dismissed, true?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna accept that plea to no ops. Dismiss the suspend, dismiss the no proof. You gotta go take care of your suspension here. What is it? Let me see.
I can't go to.
You got an implied consent refusal, right?
That's what they said, but I just went with it. I can't get them renewed until February.
Right, because you didn't take the breathalyzer, they're saying.
Yeah.
All right, what would you like to tell me? Anything else?
No, sir.
100 fines, 100 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 3 1/4 or 60 days. Can you pay that today?
I don't get paid until 8 tonight, so it'll have to be online tonight or either early tomorrow morning.
So you can pay it all by tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you until Friday. How's that?
Good.
October 31. You can pay that right online. It'll save you a trip over here if you want.
Okay.
Okay, and there's no fee if you're paying it full. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mary Jo Kimbler,
Ready, Your Honor?
25 F24542. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ma'am, your name?
Mary Jo Kimball.
All right, let me just check one thing here, please. I just want to look at one thing.
No worries, sir.
She pled guilty to operating while impaired. The operating while intoxicated was dismissed. She was referred for screening and assessment. We had a chance to review the report with her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
No additions, corrections, or deletions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I support the adopt the probation recommendation.
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you? Okay, go ahead. It's fair.
As indicated, Your
For the most
Honor, it just, she has no prior criminal.
Right. She's 69.
Lived an exemplary life up till this point. I just ask the court to adopt the probation department recommendation.
The only thing I don't like, Ms. Kimbler, you're bringing Bloody Marys over to your salon and drinking them. Why are you doing that? That doesn't.
Worst decision I've ever made in my life.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Anything else you want to tell me?
Just that I'm very sorry.
All right. At least you showed up.
Our husband's here too, Your Honor. He's outside as support.
Okay. Why is he outside? He's the kind of guy that goes to Comerica Park and sits out in the parking lot. Is that the deal? I'm just kidding. 300 fines, 200 costs, $75 victim's rights fee, $50 justice assessment, 6 1/4 screening fee, 60 for 685. Restitution, or not restitution, but cost of recovery is $225, bringing your total to $920. I want you to serve. I'm going to order 2 days of community service, 2 days jail credit 1, serve 1, 2 days jail credit 1, serve 1, and I'll have you do 1 day of community service, and then you do the victims impact panel. And I'm going to give you until December the 20th to complete your community service.
How many days did you say on this?
Just 1. I misspoke. It's 2 days, but I'm giving her credit for the 1 day from the arrest. So she only has to sue. She'll do that by December 20, do the victims impact panel and pay $920 or serve 93 days. You have 21 days to appeal, 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer.
Yeah, I just want to go over the, figures. Got 685, you said plus 225, Your Honor?
No, it's 300 fines, 200 costs, 75 and 50 victim's rights, $50 justice assessment for 6 1/4, screening fee 60 for 685,
Okay.
and then you have
And then you said
225 in cost of recovery.
So I think you said.
All right, this is the case of the State of Ohio versus Juan Garcia Loza, case number 25 CR 42384. Present before the court is, what is it, Garcia Loza, or is it just Loza?
Garcia Loza.
Okay. Present before the court is Juan Garcia Loza, represented by Mr. Staten. And we have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office. We also have Rodrigo Garcia Loza, case number 25 CR 42385. Present before the court is Rodrigo Garcia Loza, represented by Mr. Hobling. We're doing these cases at the same time for convenience sake. Any reason why we shouldn't do that?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right. Got a couple of housekeeping matters. First of all, we have 258 days of jail time credit in each of the cases. We also have, each of these cases carry with it mandatory prison terms. They are also Reagan-Tokes cases, which means Mr. Garcia Loza, each of you are going to be receiving both a minimum and a maximum prison term. It's presumed that you're released at the minimum term, but the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections can, under certain circumstances, keep you up to the maximum penalty. And we have this notification, which says indefinite term Reagan-Tokes. You each received a copy of this, and I'm going to attach it as Court's Exhibit 1. Mr. Juan Garcia Loza, do you want me to read this to you, or are you satisfied that you understand the indefinite sentence?
I understand.
Mr. Rodrigo Garcia Loza?
I understand.
Okay. Court finds that they have each been notified about the Reagan-Tokes. Secondly, we have Court's Exhibit number 2, which is post-release control, also a notification. You're each going to be supervised for a mandatory period of post-release control of anywhere from 2 to 5 years. Do you want me to read this to you, or are you satisfied that you understand it? Juan Garcia Loza?
I understand.
Rodrigo Garcia Loza?
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right. Any reason not to go forward with sentence today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. View, on behalf of the state.
Your Honor, in terms of state's recommendation for both of them, I understand they both pled guilty to the same level of offense. I think there are some facts for the court to consider in determining an appropriate prison sentence for both of the defendants. As to Rodrigo Lopez, as the court's aware, he has a prior conviction, federal conviction for trafficking cocaine, has previously been removed from the country, has illegally re-entered the country, and he was the individual who was in contact with the confidential informant and undercover officers, arranging for the sale of this substantial quantity of cocaine, 166 grams. Juan Loza, his brother, though, is the one who was delivering it, was found to be in possession of it, was transporting it for delivery. And upon his interview, Juan Loza took responsibility for all of it. He indicated that, in fact, he was the person who was selling cocaine. He was the one who was acquiring it, and that anything that Mr. Rodrigo Lopez was selling was coming through him. So I think we have sort of two defendants that aggravating factors would essentially make them equal in terms of the amounts that are and the types of conduct that were involved. Therefore, given those sentencing factors, the state's recommendation as to both defendants is a minimum mandatory term of 8 years in prison with a maximum indefinite term of 12 years.
All right, Mr. Helbling, on behalf of Rodrigo Garcia Loza.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'd like to correct for the record something that counsel just stated. The plea was no contest, not guilty. They were found guilty, but I just wanted to clarify that because he said they pled guilty. Secondly, one of them had, Juan had a designation as an MDO. Rodrigo did not have that designation. So just as clarification. I've had a chance to speak with Juan over the past number of days that he's been incarcerated multiple times. He has shown a lot of change from the first time I met him to recently. He's shown a lot of remorse on this. I've discussed these issues with him. He knows he's going to be deported back. That is a serious concern to him because things were not good when he got deported last time. Yes, he came back, but he came back because of some other issues that were in Mexico, not criminal issues that he was charged, but the atmosphere and things that were happening to him that precipitated him coming back. I've also had a chance to meet someone who is affiliated with the jail. He's the pastor over there, Mr. Steve Friedman, and he's here today in support, along with Mr. Loza's family, all came out here today to support him. He realizes that what he did, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
He realizes that these are serious charges, and he also realizes that at the time that this was happening, he was under the influence, and he had an addiction issue. I'd like to do two things right now. I want to allow my client, Mr. Loza, Rodrigo Loza, for the record, to have a chance to speak to you, to address you on how things have changed for him over these past 258 days that he's been incarcerated. You can say.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak. Your Honor, a lot of things changed for me. It's a reality. I see this as a blessing. We was going down a dark path of addiction, and we both had no desires to live. I was just lost and depressed and just confused with life, which is me struggling, been struggling my whole life, coming back to a country that doesn't allow me here, but that's all I know. I was raised here, so it's been hard for me to just adapt to that lifestyle. But the Lord, it has a reason and a purpose, and I will seek treatment. I will seek help. I have a family that supports me and loves me, and I don't want to do anything to hurt me, myself, or others, or continue hurting the people that love me the most. And thank God that Mr. Stevie keeps continuing coming to Warren County, that you guys allow him. He's changing people. He's putting hope in people's hearts. And I found God again, and God is just helped me through everything else. And I know it's hard for me. I keep continuing the same mistakes, but I'm just trying to be a better person. I'm trying to change for the best. And I still got a lot coming up in the future with me being back to Mexico, but that's my problems, and I just got to stay humble and leave it all to the Lord. And I appreciate for letting me talk. And I get nervous when I'm being in front of you, so I don't know how to really communicate with my words. And I get stressed out, and my tongue gets twisted. So I just appreciate for letting me talk. Just know that sincerely, all this has impacted me a lot. And if I don't continue my ways, I'm just going to be dead or in prison for the rest of my life. And I need to find an escape. I need help, and I need to, be better for myself, be better for my family.
Your Honor,
Mr. Garcia-Loza, I do have a question. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but I'm curious. So you're arrested, charged, and convicted of this once before.
Yeah, but it was a conspiracy.
Let me finish. That you went to prison for some period of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you were also deported.
Yes, sir.
And then you came back. How is it that you fall into the same sort of behavior after you come back? I don't understand how that happens.
Because people think that prison is rehabilitating you, and it's not. There's drugs in there, and I became an addict in there. And when I came home, I was already an addict, so I didn't know what to do, how to escape. And some people, you just got to choose different paths. And if you don't, you're going to easily fall in the same patterns as you're in there and outside. And outside, I was doing really good. I had a job. And I don't want to blame nobody. I blame myself for allowing people to get into my head and my mind. But I was really struggling, and a buddy of mine needed help. And I have a good heart, so I helped him, and I got put in this position. Which, next time, I got to be accountable for my responsibilities and take action for my own, like stay away from people. I learned that, not everybody has the best interest in you. Some people just want to see you hurt. And they take your kindness so it's been. I came home from prison an addict, and I couldn't escape it. I should have been in treatment, but I've been going through a lot, and I got diagnosed with a lot of health problems, and that's what they're trying to get me into a program for therapy and something that helped me. And it's been rough and it's been hard, but I realized that that I'm still here for a reason, so I gotta keep challenging and keep fighting, and I can't just give up and hurt people and hurt others. I gotta do better for myself. With being here or being in my country, life is precious, and you gotta, one day you gotta wake up and just realize that, God is in control of everything, and you gotta change and be better.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Evelyn?
Yeah, I just incidentally wanted to bring to the court's attention that originally both Rodrigo and his brother were brought here as children from Mexico, I think between the ages probably 6 and 8 or so. Rodrigo attended Lebanon High School, as a matter of fact. So he was raised in this area, so all of his family's really still here, extended family. So that's, I believe, one of the reasons he wanted to come back with his family, to be here. Could have settled anywhere in the country, but he settled back here because this is where he was raised. With that being said, Judge, I know that I had asked my client if he wanted the pastor to speak, and perhaps if Mr. Freeman can walk up to the lectern. He has a few words concerning Mr. Rodrigo.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I met Rodrigo, I guess, about 11 months ago. He came into church. I have an organization at a North Star Church in Loveland where we have 25 teachers, and we're in 3 county jails. Work in clergy with Transforming Jail Ministries, and I'm in Warren County every Thursday night, and we teach 2 classes. There's 2 different groups in APOD. And I met Rodrigo. I think the first week he was there incarcerated, he came in, and I just, after the first couple of times I met him and he was in church, and there would be anywhere from 5 to 15 fellows in there. It just came to my attention that he was really asking a lot of questions. He told me, he said, "I've read the Bible." I said, "Did you read it like a book, or did you read it like it was the words coming straight from God to the prophets and the disciples?" And he went, "No." I said, "You must, when you read the scriptures, you have to pray for understanding and read them slowly, meditate, and pray on it." And I truly believe he's been doing that the last 10 months. And, we've got a good relationship, a good, a friendship. It probably goes deeper than that. But I just feel like he's just a very changed guy. He's changed the way he thinks. He's changed the way he thinks about Jesus. And he's always loved his family. And that's the reason he always came back to this area. Because you have all of his family, his dad and all of his brothers and stuff here. And I had issues in the 70s and early 80s. So I understand addiction. I work with a lot of guys, and I have a lot of women that also teach and preach in the jails and know the struggles of the women. But I've seen remarkable changes in just the way he thinks, the way he reacts, the questions he asks. And I know he goes very deep into prayer. He is in Bible studies and prayer groups in the pod. And I've just seen a lot of changes in him in 10 or 11 months. And I ask you just to have mercy on him and give him the lightest sentence possible.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, and Mr. Staten, on behalf of Juan Garcia-Loza.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court's aware, my client has no criminal record. This is his first offense, other than, I think, traffic stops. He immediately took responsibility for everything upon encountering law enforcement. He's entered his plea here. He's, prior to being arrested, he had owned his own business for 5 years. He's a married father of 2. He coached youth soccer in the community. Like his brother, he was brought here as a young child at 8 years old, grew up here, went to Lebanon High School, has been a hardworking man, taking responsibility for his own family and providing for them. We would ask the court to consider that, and the fact that since he's been in now for 11 months, he's worked in the kitchen, has no infractions, has caused no trouble, has been completely adjusted to the environment that he's been placed in. And I'd ask the court to consider those factors.
Juan Garcia-Loza, is there anything that you would like to tell me?
No, I'm just gonna say that I take my responsibility, and I'm sorry to my family and to the county and the state of Ohio. Anybody that hurt my actions.
I think that's the tough part in this, Mr. Garcia-Loza, because this amount of drugs hurts a lot of people. And I mean, it's sort of like a throwaway line. Well, you know, I'm sorry to whoever I might have hurt or whatever, but I'm talking about a lot of drugs that were moving through this county. And I mean, I get the point that Mr. Helbling makes that dreamers or whatever you want to call them, people who were brought to this country as young children, or a difficult sort of political issue to deal with, but not necessarily that difficult for me to deal as a criminal justice issue, because I really don't consider that part of it. The reality is that this was a big operation, and with regard to the findings for sentencing, certainly Juan Garcia-Loza was much more of the primary and principal offender in this case. I think that Rodrigo Garcia-Loza maybe just along for the ride, helping out. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's sort of the sense that I get from things. So here's where I'm at. Bottom line, I do find that you're both indigent for the purposes of fines and costs, so I'm not going to impose any financial sanction in the case. I am going to impose an 8 to 12 year prison sentence on each of you. I do agree with Mr. View that the prior for Rodriguez is significant to me, but when I weigh out the involvement in this case, I think it probably does make sense for them both to receive the same sentence in the case. I did have more like a 10 to 15 year prison case, sentence in mind. And for those of you who are in the back, and Pastor Freeman, you know, normally I don't have anybody who cares enough about the defendants in my courtroom to even show up and watch what's going on. And the fact that these two gentlemen do have a support system in the community does matter to me. I know that they're not supposed to be in that community, but that does mean something to me. So I don't think that the 10 to 15 year prison sentence that we were initially, or that I was initially considering, is appropriate. So I'm going to give you the 8 to 12-year prison sentence. That is all mandatory time. I don't have the ability to release you early. I'm going to give you credit for the 258 days that you have already done. You are going to each be supervised by the adult parole authority for anywhere from 2 to 5 years. If you violate the terms of that supervision, you can be returned to prison for up to 1/2 of my original sentence. Or if you violate by committing a new felony, then you can be returned to prison for up to 1 year or the amount of time you have left on post-release control. It's automatically, whichever of those is the longer period, it's automatically consecutive to the sentence that you would receive for the new felony. For the purpose of your immigration status, I don't really have any control over that, whether they remove you from the country, deport you. I don't have any control over that after today's sentence. I don't consider your immigration status in how I sentence you. I think that you should each serve this sentence before the federal government does anything with you, but that's beyond my control. I'm remanding you to the custody of the county sheriff for transport to the prison. Each of you do have the right to appeal this to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middletown, and if you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer, to obtain a transcript or to pay the cost, they will all be provided to you without charge. Good luck to each of you. We're in recess. I do need Mr. Staten. I do need an affidavit of indigency for Mr. Juan Garcia.
Here. Would like me to go file that?
If you just give it to me.
$9.20, but I think isn't it $9.10, Your Honor?
I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm really good at this math, but that's the second or third decision or mistake I've made today. You are absolutely right. 9:10. 9:10. So, ma'am, do that. Now listen to me. I'm cutting you a break. There's a statute, your lawyer knows this, that basically says there's a presumption you should somebody on probation, even on a drunk driving. You're 69. You've never had a problem. Just please don't take this. Don't think that I'll be this nice if you ever come back. Okay? All right. Can she pay this today or does she need time?
She can pay it.
You pay this now and meet with probation. They'll explain the community service to you. Okay? And set up the victims impact panel. All right. Have a good day. Thank you
so much.
Good luck, ma'am. I wish you well.
I'll see you on.
Okay. Do I have anything else down there?
You want to go to probation, right, Your Honor?
She should go down and pay first and then go over to probation. Yeah. Ms. Rainey? Where's Ms. Rainey? Are you in here? Either one of you? How about Weddington? Pamela Joyce Weddington. Well, your lawyer's not in here. I got to wait for him, okay? All right. Did you ask, sir? Did you ask for a lawyer, young lady, or did you represent yourself?
No, but I've changed my mind. I spoke to.
Okay, okay. I was just wondering because if you didn't have one, I was going to get you out of here. How about you, sir?
Yes.
What's your name? What are you here on?
No insurance, possession charge, paraphernalia, and structural.
This is for a pretrial?
It's Mr. Crawford. He's already met with him.
Okay. You have to take your hat off, sir. Thank you.
Mary Ann McLean versus Colleen McPherson. Ann McLean versus Colleen McPherson. And some of that, I think, precipitated the hearing that we have now. I've had several hearings in the past regarding this property. I had a small claims hearing in 2021, Nicole Miller versus Mary McLean. And that was 211320 SC, had to do with the defendant renting the upstairs of their home. Then I had another small claims case, McLean versus Gibson, which, and another small claims, Tony Bresson. And I think I only had one landlord tenant case. Anyway, the house is quite a nice house. It's a nice piece of property. And if I think I understand things, and you can enlighten me, Ms. Gishwin, there's the house, there's upstairs, there's the basement level. There is also an outside building with, it's a barn that has actually a fully furnished apartment that has been subject to the rentals. The township previously told them you can't do this, and they continue to do it, which is what the allegation is. Ms. Geschwint, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, John, I believe that is correct. I do have a report to admit from Mr. Kuhlman that does contain some photographs to support those allegations, as well as a report from his visits to the property to support those allegations.
All right, Mr. Kuhlman, why don't you come up to the witness stand and we'll put you under oath. You swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Would you have a seat and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Douglas Courtney.
And Mr. Kuhlman, what's your employment?
I work for several municipalities in St. Joseph County and Cass County as a zoning administrator and code compliance officer.
And are you the code compliance officer and zoning administrator for Fabius Township?
Yes, I am.
All right. You issued 2 citations in the matter of Mary Ann McLean.
Yes, I did.
All right, Ms. Geschwint, you may inquire.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, how did you become aware of the property located at 1527 Money Lake Road?
This case stems clear back from 2017 when I received a complaint from some individuals saying that they were renting an apartment in this accessory building and that they were complaining about the conditions of the building, that they went through 150 gallons of propane in 1 month, and that they were smelling diesel fuel from the tractors in the adjacent portions of the building.
And based on your experience as a zoning administrator, what did those factors mean to you?
Well, the first issue at hand is zoning was established in St. Joe County with most municipalities between 1976 to 1979. Since the history of zoning in Fabius Township, zoning has never allowed for a second dwelling on a property. So this would constitute a second dwelling, which would have never been permitted in the township.
All right. And the address at 15271 Money Lake Road, is that in Fabius Township?
Yes, it is.
St. Joe County?
Yes, it is.
State of Michigan?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did you ultimately visit the property?
I did. I obtained an administrative search warrant from this court and did an administrative search warrant at the property.
All right. And
All right, now are we time forward? We're not in 2017. We're now discussing 2025.
No, I did an administrative search warrant in 2017.
All right,
as well.
so you're still at 17. Okay.
correct. All right. And did you become aware of the property owner at that time?
Yes.
All
Matter
right.
of fact, we met with Mary McLean and later met Mr. McLean in the house.
And Mary and Gary McLean are the owners of the property?
Yes,
And you see them in court today?
yes, sitting right over here.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendants.
It may.
All right. So tell me what you, your administrative search warrant, tell me what you saw in 2017.
So the administrative search warrant was for us being allowed on the property and into any buildings on the property. So we went into the first building, which was where the complainant was, found this conditioned space, by appearance, very nice. But again, not permitted. When we went into the main portion of the house, as the judge indicated, there's a basement area that their one daughter was living in. There was a second story that had a kitchen and a refrigerator, and their other daughter was living in there, and then they were living on the main portion of the house.
Okay. All right. And at that time, what actions did you take?
So we had long discussion with Mrs. McLean. The building inspector was present with me. It was our interpretation at that point in time, because these two floors were being occupied by their children, that was still a single family. However, the building out at the accessory that was being rented was not in compliance with the zoning ordinance. And the building inspector at that time, Randy Smaling, had indicated that the work that had been done, even if it was permitted, would not have met code. So upon our...
All right, let me stop you. And I've seen the pictures, Dan, and now they put in as you said, a nice apartment in the barn.
Very nice.
Kitchen, bathroom, living space.
Yes.
Was it originally permitted to do that back in 2017 or whenever it was built?
No. And that's what is kind of the bone of contention. I did submit all these reports to the court, so I don't know whether you have it on your
I
office or not.
I do.
For you to. Easier to. Easier if we submit this, Aaron, as evidence.
The building permit certificate of occupancy?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the building permit certificate of occupancy, is that a fair and accurate representation as you remember it?
This was information that was supplied to me by Mrs. McLean, yes.
Okay. Has this been modified or altered in any way?
The only change is I put red circles around the information that's, I think, relevant.
All right. Your Honor, let the record reflect, I'm handing a copy of that document to the defendant. And I move to admit this as plaintiff's one.
Any objection?
There should be another copy of there. If you want.
It's the certificate of occupancy for this house.
Yeah, that'd be the big part, right? Your Honor,
Yes,
this is a building permit for our big hay barn in 1998.
that's what they're asking to put in, what the original.
That's not the original building permit for the home and the dwelling.
All right, so this is only the permit regarding the barn, is that correct, Mr. Coleman?
This is for a barn, but there's a drawing that they submitted regarding this. area
So,
that
yeah,
they're
you're
using
putting it
as
in
a-
to show what the original permit was requested for
That
the
is
barn.
correct.
That's not the original permit.
All right, well, we'll admit it for what it is, and then we'll explore further. All right, this is
98.
building certificate of occupancy, September 12th of 98, permit to build a pole barn for storage and ag district. There's a drawing attached on page 3, which shows animals, tractor shop, and farm office with kitchenette and toilet and shower.
So, Your Honor, the farm office that's labeled there on that picture, that is what they're using to rent out as this apartment.
Now, in almost every township, you can't have two houses on the same lot or two habitable structures. One issue often is septic and well. Does this apartment in the barn have a separate septic system and a well, or is it off the main one?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, on that question.
All right. Well, if they were going to put in a separate well and a separate septic tank and drain field, that would have need to have been permitted.
Yes.
Ms. McLean, this is simply, there may be other documents. They're introducing it simply to show the certificate of occupancy when they first addressed this way back in 1998. All right, for that purpose, this is admitted. Would you put a sticker on that for exhibit 1? All right, you may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, what was the stated purpose of this building pursuant to the certificate of occupancy?
So they get the permits that were submitted to me all said for accessory buildings.
For accessory buildings?
And as we just indicated on the one drawing, they did have the drawing, which was submitted by Mrs. McLean, that it was a farm office, not a dwelling.
Okay. And pursuant to the Fabius zoning ordinance, what's the difference between those two? And I'll have a follow-up question.
So a dwelling or a principal structure would be something that you live in, you habitate in. An accessory structure is something for storage and things like that. Storing of whatever personal items or farm equipment. In the case of agricultural use, the Michigan Department of Ag does consider a accessory building a principal building if it's for 100% agricultural use. Somebody, a big ag producer could have a vacant piece of land, put up a pole barn without a house, but it has to be for 100% agricultural use. It cannot be for any personal use whatsoever.
And in this drawing here, is there any indication of personal use?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it's set as a farm office, which they could have a farm office, but what they're using it for is a dwelling, and that is not permitted.
Okay. All right. So pursuant to the zoning ordinance, you would consider this a dwelling, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So let's keep going. In 2017, you completed your investigation. Did you compile a report?
I did.
Do you have a copy of that report in front of you right now?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of that report compiled in 2017?
Yes, it is.
Has that been modified or altered in any way?
There's a yellow tab on the report. The yellow tab is a supplemental report that was done on July 21st of 2025.
Okay.
So it has not been altered in the sense of anything in the original document changed, but there has been a supplemental report added to it.
All right. And was that supplemental report based on your personal visitation to the property on or around July 21st, 2025?
Yes, it is.
Has that been modified or altered in any way?
No, it has not.
Does that include photographs?
Yes, it does.
All right. And those photographs are fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
All right, Your Honor, I move to admit this is plaintiff's 2.
It is the 2017 report when the 2025 supplemental report and the exhibits that are with it.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McLean, I think you got a copy of that.
No, I never got a copy of that report. This is a first.
I'm surprised at that, but.
Well, of the Salters in 17, I did, yes, but of 2025, I did not.
Okay. Well, let's admit this as exhibit 2. All right, you may continue.
All right, Mr. Coleman, let's run through the pictures in that report.
The original or the supplemental?
Let's start with the original and then we'll move to the supplemental.
All right, just a minute. Let me see if I can. Yep. So everybody can see.
Let's start on page 7, Your Honor.
All right, this is, I believe, the 2017 report. It says 42 photographs were taken of the property. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So what are we seeing here in this photograph, which is on page 7?
So this is in the structure that's been identified as a farm office. So as you walk in, you can see the first thing is a mattress. There's a television in the background. There's a couple Mountain Dew cans sitting on some type of an end table type device. The next picture is a closet, has a washer and dryer in it, has both outside walls have clothes hanging up from clothes hangers on racks in this closet. And there's also some laundry baskets towards the background. This is a photograph of part of the living room area. Again, a TV, furniture, they got a built-in fireplace. Again, that they have very good taste in their
It is nicely done, but so these are pictures of the apartment in the barn building in 2017 is what we're looking at?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So this is on the other side of the wall. Again, it's a dual-faced fireplace, and then there's some little area underneath it for, I don't know what it is, storage or electrical components, if you will. The next photograph is the back, I'm gonna say the back half of that building. You can see furniture and other items that have been placed in this farm office. The next photograph is a photograph of the bathroom. That it's a full bath. It has a toilet, a wash basin, and a shower unit in this bathroom. Next photograph is a photograph of the kitchen that was installed in this.
We're not in the same sequence. Look at the screen there.
Just scoot it up just a little bit.
Oh, there's the kitchen. All right.
That's the kitchen that's in this farm office.
The permit says kitchenette, toilet, shower. Would you call that a kitchenette?
No, I would not. I would say this is a full-blown kitchen.
Very nice.
It is very nice. Again, this is just another view of that wall-mounted fireplace, and then you can see there's some storage tubs underneath it. That's a picture of the outside of the building. If you scoot up just a little bit on the photograph, you can see where there's a gas line been run into the structure. That is showing where there has been plumbing installed and it's been vented out through the roof and the vent for the heating device that's in there. That's just a picture of the refrigerator.
What I'm seeing, looks like a red tagging of the property. I skipped one, I guess. Well, that's the outside.
Oh, that's,
That's the venting. That's something posted on the door.
that's some kind of notice that was posted on the door.
Is that for occupants?
And that's actually on the house.
Oh, okay. Emergency plan. Electrical permit sideways. What are we looking at there?
Those are the permits that Mrs. McLean handed me to indicate that she did have an electrical permit back in 1992. When you read the permit, though, it's kind of difficult to decipher what the electrical permit was really for.
Plumbing permit.
Yeah, this is, again, permits that Mrs. McLean handed to me. Unfortunately, the inspector that did this inspection and the two inspectors after this are deceased, so there's no way I could go back and consult with them to see what they actually did on this property.
I see John Niken's signature on there. Hill Township Clerk. And here's a drawing of the drawing that's part of Exhibit 1. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Shows animals, tractor shop, pull-up door, farm office, kitchenette, toilet, shower. So that is the hand-drawn rendition attached to Exhibit 1.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Who drew that?
I do not know the answer to that question.
All right, we're back to photographs. This is listed as, so we're out of the
barn and we're into the house.
That is correct, Your Honor. This is
All
the
right,
second floor of the house.
And again, this is all 2017.
That is correct.
All right, that appears to be a child's bedroom on the second floor. Now there's another space we didn't discuss, which is over the garage of the house.
This is what you're seeing right now, Your Honor.
Yes, so there's the second floor of the house, the basement of the house, the living space of the house, the apartment in the garage, apartment in the barn, and then this apartment above the garage. Is that correct?
This is the second story. You're correct. This is above the main portion of the house.
All right, so this is attached to the house?
Yes, it's
All
right
right,
above.
so it's not a separate one?
No,
Because I thought this is the one we were fighting about recently in the recent landlord-tenant case, but maybe I'm mistaken.
No, the first photographs that you saw on the landlord-tenant case were the ones that you were dealing with then.
All right, those would have been in the barn.
Yes.
All right, and here we've got living space above garage. People call that a bonus room or something, but it looks like there's a kitchen, a separate kitchen above the garage.
There is. That I would determine more of a kitchenette, but there is a kitchen, a cook stove, and a refrigerator.
And that's the stove and the island. So was somebody living in that space also?
Yeah, back in 2017, they said their daughter and I believe it was a granddaughter was living in this area.
Okay. Here's a hallway up on the second, in that same space.
Yes.
And a bathroom in that space.
Yes, Your Honor.
Another laundry room on the second floor.
Correct.
Hallway on the second floor.
Yes, this leads back to another bedroom.
Which is that bedroom?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a smoke detector on the second floor that was obviously non-functional.
Probably was peeping and they unplugged it to not go crazy. This is the principal kitchen in the house.
Yes, this is a kitchen on the main floor.
Again, very nice.
This is kind of like a dining room area on the main floor. That's a living room area on the main floor.
Another laundry space on the main floor.
Yes, on the main floor.
3 washers and dryers. So they have a big septic system.
That's just another view of the kitchen area.
So
on the main
no,
floor.
this says basement. There's another kitchen in the basement of this home.
Yes.
All right, so we're now went from the second level to the main level, and now we're in the basement level. And at this time, another daughter of the defendants or a family member was living in the basement.
That's what I was advised, yes, Your Honor.
And these are some of the living quarters in the basement.
Yes.
More bedroom in the basement. And there's an unhappy dog, 2 dogs in that space. I wish they were out of there. In that same space, and this is a bathroom in the basement area.
Yes, a bathroom with it being used with a space heater.
And very nice view. They've got a patio and a pond and some woods outside the back of their house.
Correct.
And now we're back in the barn where that other apartment is?
This is a different barn. No, this
Okay.
is not the barn with the habitable space.
All right, it says accessory building where living space is located. But there's no,
I may have that mislabeled, Your Honor, because I believe this is the other barn that
okay.
is just a few feet away from the living space.
Who is the person we keep seeing in the pictures?
That is Randy Smaling, the building official at the time.
All right, and you took these pictures?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
All right, and there's the power supply to the property. We're getting to the end of these. Is that correct?
Yes.
And additional accessory building. So there's another garage or barn where they can store this kind of stuff, lawnmower and side by side, that sort of stuff.
Yes, that would be perfectly permitted.
And that doesn't have an apartment in it?
No. This is the entry door going into what's been identified as the farm office. That's a dwelling that after our inspection, we did placard it as unsafe for human habitation. And that's the other entry door to that same area.
All right, that finishes the pictures from 2017. All right, so if I recall what your testimony was, you and Mr. Schmaling felt that it was legitimate for the McLeans to have additional living space on the second floor and the basement, as long as their family members were 25 CR 43001. Present before the court is Mr. Everhart, represented by Mr. Helbling, and we have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office. We're here today for a pretrial. What's our status, Mr. Helbling?
Your Honor, we had just met with Judge Tepe late last week, and it came to his attention that you had the previous case, and it should have been assigned to you. This is our first pretrial conference. Mr. View I have received discovery. Mr. View has given me an offer. I haven't had a chance to discuss it yet with my client.
Okay, are we waiving time and setting this for another pretrial?
Good question. Yes, I think we will need to waive time on that. Is that okay? I don't know if there's a form that we have here.
Yeah, Ms. Kuroko will get you the form. I don't need Mr. Everhart to sign it. You can sign it.
Okay.
After we're done.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so we'll come back in 2 to 3 weeks.
Right. I'll get a date.
Okay, all right, that's all for Mr. Everhart. Next is the case of the state of Ohio versus case number 25 CR 42983. Present before the court is Mr. Gent, represented by Mr. Helbling, and we have Mr. Hardman from the prosecutor's office. We are here today for a pretrial, but it's my understanding that Mr. Gent is going to be entering a plea of guilty to 3 counts of illegal use of minor and nudity-oriented material. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor. Just for the record, that is a change in the indictment. So my understanding is the defendant is going to waive any defects in the indictment and the amendment to the violation of 2907.323A3 on all 3 counts.
Is that correctly stated, Mr. Helbling?
Yes.
Mr. Gent, how old are you?
23 as of now,
How far did you go in school?
all the way up to high school graduate.
Are you able to read and write English?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Are you taking any medications?
No.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
If you enter a plea of guilty to this charge, I'm not going to sentence you today because I don't know enough about you and I don't know enough about this case yet. What I'm going to do is set this for sentencing. That's going to take place in about 8 weeks. And we're going to go ahead and remove him from the monitor today. Other than that, has anybody made any threats, promises, or representations to get you to plead guilty to this against your will?
No.
I have a document entitled Change of Plea and Entry. It looks like on the second page is a signature above the line defendant. Is that your signature?
Yeah.
Did you review this with Mr. Helbling before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the representation that you have received in the case?
Yes.
You're going to enter a plea of guilty to 3 counts of illegal use of a minor in nudity-oriented material. These are each 5th-degree felonies. They are punishable
by up to 12 months in prison and a $2,500 fine. There is no mandatory prison in the case. In fact, there is a presumption that I would not send you to prison. You also have the obligation to register as a Tier 1 sex offender. It seems like this is the kind of case where I will put you into my community control program, but if you violate the terms and I do have to send you to prison, the maximum penalty also includes a mandatory period of post-release control of up to 5 years. Before we go any further, I want to make sure that you understand your rights. You're presumed to be innocent in this case. That means that you can't be sentenced or punished until you either plead guilty or the state of Ohio proves that you're guilty. If they can, they have to do that unanimously to a jury or to a judge beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial. You would have the right to confront all the witnesses against you at the trial, compel witnesses to testify on your own behalf, and you have the right to remain silent. If you enter a plea of guilty to these charges, you're going to waive all of those rights. You're going to admit that you did it. We're going to get on to the matter of the sentence. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Mr. Hardman, what are the facts?
On May 7, 2024, in the city of Springboro Police Department executed a search warrant where the defendant was in possession of a computer. That computer contained, and the defendant did possess, 3 separate videos showing a minor in a state of nudity who was not the defendant's child or ward.
Anything on the facts, Mr. Helbling?
No, other than I'm not sure if they're all videos. They might be pictures, but other than that, no.
Mr. Gent, did you hear those facts?
Yes.
Do you admit that they are true?
Yes.
Do you understand the right you're giving up by entering a plea?
Yes.
What's your plea?
Guilty.
I think you said not guilty?
No, he said guilty. Could you hear it?
What is your plea, Mr. Gent?
Guilty.
Okay. Based upon the plea of guilty, I'm going to find you guilty. I think that you've made a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent choice here today, only after you had been fully advised of your constitutional rights, which you waived and rejected here in open court. I'm not going to go into the matter of the sentence today. Instead, you're going to go back down to pretrial services, fill out the paperwork for a PSI. We're going to remove you from the monitor. I'm also going to amend the terms of your bail, that if you want to get a flip phone, something that does not a smartphone, doesn't have access to the internet, I'm okay with that. Okay?
Your Honor, I think in chambers we did discuss something about the existing phone and releasing that. I know that counsel's checking on the hard drive, and I'll check on getting you a hard drive with that. But
In chambers, I intend to reach out to Springboro to find out what equipment we took from the defendant during the search warrant. And
yeah,
what we will ultimately be asking to have destroyed or turned over, and if there are ways we can accommodate requests to get family photos or things along those lines that might exist on the hard drives.
All right. It seems like the most efficient way is to take the data that is on the computer that you want to keep and move that to some sort of external hard drive, thumb drive, something like that, and then forfeit and destroy the computers. It's my understanding that the phone itself was not seized as evidence and didn't have any of the images on them. If so, we just have to deal with whether or not it's a term of his probation that he's allowed to have it. If not, we can release it to somebody with the assurance that it is not going to be his phone. Or if it has the images on it, then we need to figure out something else entirely. We'll figure all that out at the sentencing.
and for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Gent's parents are in the courtroom, and they told me that they could, if the court agrees, could release it to them because they did pay for it, and they would either turn it in, sell it, something.
All right, well, we're not doing that today.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thanks,
Next is the case of the State of Ohio versus Raekwon Watt, 25 CR 42768. Present before the court is Mr. Rogers, represented by Mr. Helbling, and we have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office. We're here today for a conference, but it's my understanding Mr. Rogers is going to be entering a plea of guilty to one count trafficking of drugs as a 5th-degree felony. Is that accurately stated?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Rogers, how old are you?
28.
How far did you go in school? Are you able to read and write English?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you taking any medications?
No, sir.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
We've had some discussions about this case. It's my understanding that there is a joint and recommended sentence that I place you into my community control program. Is that joint and recommended sentence that I place him on straight probation without any additional jail, or are we talking about an agreement for community control sanctions, including jail?
What did I put, what did I put on the plea form? I don't remember, recall.
My understanding was that straight probation.
I thought we were going to do a PSI and the state would agree to recommend community control, but I don't know that we had any other discussion about other.
It says the parties agree to jointly recommend a community control sentence. I just want to make sure, so the reason this is important, Mr. Rogers, is because a community control, that could include time in the local jail, but not prison. So if I accept this recommendation, that means there's no set of circumstances at the sentencing in which you go to prison, but I might include some time of local jail. Do you understand that?
And for the record, Your Honor, the way I interpreted that, speaking with counsel, is that jail was not recommended, it was community control. That was my understanding.
Okay, but you're using the term community control as if it doesn't include jail. It does.
Well, I understand that, but I utilized the form that was given to me by the prosecution. So if we can write in without jail time, that would be fine.
Is that the recommendation, Mr. View?
I'm just going to review my emails with Mr. Helbling so that he and I have are on the same page here, because typically I don't make any, I mean, if we agree it's going to be community control, then typically my practice is that we'll do a pre-sentence investigation and we'll leave to the court. At sentencing, I'll recommend community control, but no other conditions. The court will set the conditions of community control. So Mr. Helbling's, unless I put something in that.
Your Honor, if I may I comment?
I mean, I don't know that it matters, but I think there is an agreement that there is a joint and recommended sentence for community control.
The reason I bring that up is I was going to see if we could sentence him today without a PSI.
I don't do that.
Okay.
Not ever.
Because I was hoping.
Well, I mean, unless I send them to prison.
Well, because they're outside of the Warren County area and they travel here, I guess it's close to 4 hours or something. So that's the only reason I was going to ask the court about that. But if the court, I know that you normally order the PSI. I understand that.
Yes, I get a very ragey email if I do not order a PSI.
I'm just reviewing the email communications between Mr. Helbling and I. There's no discussion regarding any of the conditions of probation. We were discussing sort of a reduced attempt to the F3 as an F4, and Mr. Helbling indicated that his client was willing to plead to an F5, and I indicated, this was on September the 29th, I was willing to resolve the case with an F5 with an agreed community control. And I attached a plea form indicating that I would agree that factually he aided and abetted another one, was not the primary defendant in the case, and that we would have a recommendation to transfer his probation back to his home county. But I don't see there are no discussions about the probation conditions.
Okay, so other than that discussion, Mr. Rogers, has anybody made any threats, promises, or representations to you to plead guilty to this charge against your will?
No, sir, Your Honor.
I have a document entitled Change of Plea and Entry. On the second page is a signature above the line defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review this with Mr. Helbling before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the representation that you've received in the case?
Yes.
You're going to be entering a plea of guilty to one count of trafficking in drugs. This is a fifth-degree felony. It's punishable by up to 12 months in prison and a $2,500 fine. I am going to put you into my community control program, but if you violate the terms of that supervision, then I can send you to prison. And if I were to do that, then you're subject to an optional period of post-release control of up to 2 years. But again, my plan is to put you into my community control program. That means we're going to give you rules to live by. If you don't follow those rules, I can change them. I can make them tougher. I could extend the time that you're on community control up to 5 years. Might include time in a drug treatment facility or in the local jail. Before we go any further, I want to make sure that you understand your rights. You're presumed to be innocent in this case. That means that you can't be sentenced or punished until you either plead guilty or the state of Ohio proves that you're guilty. If they can, they have to do that unanimously to a jury or to a judge beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial. You would have the right to confront all the witnesses against you at that trial, compel witnesses to testify on your own behalf, and you have the right to remain silent. If you enter a plea of guilty to this charge, You're going to waive all of those rights. You're going to admit that you did it. We're going to get on to the matter of the sentence. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Mr. V, what are the facts?
Your Honor, if the case were to proceed to trial, the state would produce evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on November the 9th of 2024, at the location of the Lebanon Correctional institution located in Warren County, state of Ohio, the co-defendant Nyla Patterson did convey Suboxone into the prison. Subsequent investigation of that revealed that the defendant aided and abetted by arranging transportation of the drugs to Miss Patterson.
Anything on those facts, Mr. Helbling?
Other than arranging transportation, no, Judge.
Mr. Rogers, did you hear those facts?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Do you admit that they are true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Do you understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea?
Yes, sir.
What's your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Based upon the plea of guilty, I'm going to find you guilty. I think that you've made a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent choice here today, only after you have been fully advised of your constitutional rights, which you waived and rejected here in open court. I'm not going to go into the matter of the sentence today. We're going to do a level 2 pre-sentence investigation. You'll see everybody back here in about 8 weeks.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Sure.
I'd like to ask the court to reduce the parameters of his bond to remove the electronic monitor he has.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that's all. Well, I have one caveat. He hasn't tested yet.
Okay.
So if he gives me a relatively clean urine test, then I will remove the monitor.
Okay.
We're going to pass our drug test today, Mr. Rogers?
Sir, the only thing that I may have failed for is marijuana.
Okay. I should care about that, but I really don't.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. That wraps up an aggressive morning.
One, B, 25W837744, 25W837511A. So I have 511A and B, and I also have 25W837744.
Morning, Your Honor. I'd like to call the resident. I'll state the kitchen at the record. Just to have it.
So what are we doing? This is going to be a plea to the civil infraction charge of what?
It is
18-6261, is that what it's?
maintenance, failure, maintain property maintenance. It's a civil infraction of the year.
And, okay, so he's pleading under 96-50 and the anti-blight charge is being dismissed. That's on this one, right?
Correct.
To that charge, sir, violation of Woodhaven Code Section 96-50, responsible or not responsible. The plea is accepted, initial charge is dismissed per the agreement, $250 in fines and costs. That was what the agreement was, correct, counsel?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so that's what assessed on that case. On 25W837511A and B, I have a stipulated plea agreement that says they are going to dismiss the drug paraphernalia. But he's going to plead to disorderly person and the resist and obstruct will be dismissed, true?
True.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
If you plead to disorderly person, the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail. Costs are all those. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form here today? Nice and loud for me.
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
To the charged disorderly person, how do you plead? Were you in the city of Woodhaven, County of Wayne on April 1, 25 on Allendale West?
Yes.
What did you do that makes you guilty of disorderly person? Were you ordered not to leave the scene by the officers?
And I was obviously walking away. I stepped out of the vehicle and
Nice and loud, nice and loud.
vehicle and I told the officer to arrest me. I knew I had a warrant, so I just stepped out of the vehicle and said arrest me. So
They said you began walking away from the traffic stop and refused to comply. Is that true or false?
yes, that's true.
You just kept walking even though they told you to stop? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
No.
Well, what did you do? What makes you guilty?
Down a vehicle.
Okay.
Put my hands behind my back and said, arrest me. And they said I pulled my arm away from them.
Do you think you did anything wrong?
I do not believe I did, but.
Well, then that's not, I can't take this plea then.
What you talking about, Connie?
I don't have, okay. We'll pass these two cases, A and B. You can go down the hall and pay the money on the anti-blight case that was pled down, okay? So you can go pay that $250. You have that now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go down and pay that now,
Yeah.
and then you'll come back. I'm gonna give you, can you undo those, please? I'm gonna give you the files to take back. Connor Brandt. I'm gonna take this one, gentleman, real quick. Connor William Arthur Brandt, 25W839-265. This won't take more than a minute. Mr. Brandt, where, your name?
Brandt.
Did you talk to the prosecutor?
No, I was just sitting.
Mr. Crawford, don't go anywhere, okay? Really. I'm gonna call these other two for in 1 second. He said set for 9:30 a.m., not present at 10:40 a.m. And then I got a stip here saying adjourn per stip. Did you talk to the prosecutor?
No, sir.
You mean you've been sitting out there this whole time and nobody came and talked to you?
Correct.
Go take him to the prosecutor right now, please. Jennifer Marie Rainey, 25W839-813. Where's Rainey at?
She's on Zoom.
Did we give her permission to appear by Zoom? Ms. Rainey, your name? Ms. Rainey, your name? Pamela Joyce Weddington, 25W839-467A and B.
Good morning, I'm Michael Cross, representing West Station Florida.
Hello, Ethan.
I don't know what this says here on the bottom. Offer valid and, do you know?
We had already come to an agreement at the previous court hearing. He's just reaffirming that deal.
I see. So she's going to plead to no ops, the suspend to be dismissed, true?
True.
If you plead to no ops, the possible penalties are up to $100 fines, 90 days jail, costs are all those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign the advice of rights and read and understand the rights?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes,
To
sir.
the charge, no valid ops on person, how do you plead?
Yeah.
Were you operating a motor vehicle on Hunter Van Horn in Woodhaven, August 9 of 25?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a valid license on your person? You were revoked, correct? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Please accept it to no ops. To suspend, revoke, denied is dismissed. What? Why was she driving? Have you ever tried to get a license back?
She's in a program right now. She's working with a local organization. I believe it's called Second Chance. We did what we could to try to get the best deal for her. She's deep into that program and very successful with it up until this incident.
All right. Anything else you'd like to say?
Well, no, Your Honor, except to say my client is just really trying to get a license. She made an error in judgment. Some personal emergency going on, as I remember. She knows she shouldn't have did it. She's going to continue to try to get a driver's license. She knows we may have to retain counsel and do some extra work, but she's going to get a license shot. She'd appreciate the opportunity by keeping the fines as reasonable as possible.
Anything you'd like to say, ma'am?
Yes.
100 fines, 200 costs, 75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, 40 in attorney fees. Your total's 465 or 90 days, okay? 465 or 90 days.
My client can't pay that today. She's asking for a payment arrangement. what we would propose, she could pay $100 a day, Your Honor, and she could pay $50 per week.
Okay. I'll tell you what, you pay 100 a day, you pay 50 per week. I will begin that starting on November the 17th. If you don't have the money at any point, don't get nervous. Just call the court or come in here on or before the due date, and I'll be happy to give you an extension. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And as part of this also, the no insurance was to be dismissed. That's file B. So I'm also dismissing the drivewall suspend revoke denied and the no insurance. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
No.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
You have Blair too? People against Blair. Ariel Monique Blair, 25W840-230. A and B.
Morning, Your Honor, Michael Crawford, representing the
Ma'am, your name?
There you go.
Good morning. The no insurance will be dismissed. Also, the original charge on the A file, which is drivewall suspend revoke denied, will be dismissed. And she's going to plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. True?
The purpose of arraignment, Your Honor, I'm standing way forward. The charges, and yes, that's true, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
If you plead guilty here to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail. Costs are all those. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You plead to that, I'm going to dismiss the suspend, revoke, denied, as well as the no insurance. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
To the charge, no allowing unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Yes.
Were you in control of a motor vehicle
Yes.
that was being operated?
Yes.
On October 1 of 25 on Westner Hall in Woodhaven,
Yes.
did you allow somebody to drive that was unlicensed, and was that you?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
Please accept to that charge. The suspend, revokes, denied is dismissed. No proof of insurance is dismissed. What are you in Taylor's sobriety court?
I was, yes.
Did you graduate?
No, they terminated me. I had to do the jail time.
What are you doing here?
And I had to remind it's just from missing things. It wasn't no dirty droppings or anything. It was just missing stuff. The time was bad.
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 warrants out for your arrest.
Four of them I got caught for impertinence.
Got to grow up, young lady. What do you do for a living?
Early
I'm sorry?
I work at a warehouse.
Anything else, Mr.
Your Honor, my counsel has been working at the LKQ warehouse for a week. We'll keep that in mind. She has made some errors in judgment past. She's paying for it financially. But she's of limited means, Your Honor. Please keep that in mind when issuing fines and costs. She's doing the best she can. She's learning some hard lessons.
How much you make in the warehouse?
$18 an hour, Your Honor.
And you live in Woodhead?
Yes.
Where's the warehouse?
Around this.
100 fines, 150 costs, 75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, $375 or 90 days. Can you pay all that today?
She can't pay it all in a week payment arrangement. She can pay $50 today. She'll pay $50 every 2 weeks starting November the 13th. That's her first paycheck.
I'll make it 50 today, 50 bi-weekly, beginning on, we'll just make it November 17th, okay? So every other Monday commencing with November 17th, you come in and pay. If you don't have the money, no problem, call the court. We'll go on Zoom on or before the due date, or you can come in here on or before the due date, 8:30. I'll give you an extension, all right? Good luck. Jennifer Marie Rainey, 25W839-813. Ms. Rainey, your name?
Jennifer Rainey.
Michael representing Ms. Rainey.
So why, did somebody give you permission to show up by Zoom today?
Yeah, so is your
Wait a second, I can hardly hear you.
it said I could come on Zoom.
She was in a treatment center last time,
I
Judge.
could come on Zoom.
Well, I can't hear you very well, that's for sure. Can you stop walking around and tell me a couple things? Say a couple sentences of anything, like,
Is this better? Can you hear
Much
me now?
better.
Okay.
All right, so why don't you repeat what you just said to me?
I was in a treatment center, so I'm in a recovery house now in Grand Rapids.
Okay. All right, good enough. And you're in the Monroe County Drug Court, is that true?
Yes. Yep.
In the circuit court?
Yes.
What judge is running that again?
Judge Nichols?
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, that's good news. Do you have proof of that?
What?
Well, I need some letters or something. Did you send us anything saying you're in their drug court?
I didn't, but I can. I can have my probation officer call as well.
You're in a treatment center right now, right?
I'm at a recovery house in Grand Rapids.
I'd really like some proof.
Okay. I have a letter that she wrote me that the lady from where I'm at, she wrote for DHS. I could.
How long ago was that letter dated?
I think on the 11th she made it, or the 11th or the 15th, I think it was.
If I could clarify, my client's been in Sacred Heart since September the 11th. She was there for about 3 weeks, and now she's at a facility called a Mother's Touch, which is what she's describing is similar treatment program, but it's catered towards expected mothers. They're going to be inducing labor for her in November 6th, Your Honor. So she's been in this treatment process for several weeks. That she volunteered to. That's where she's at, where she's been.
How long will it take you to get someplace where you can email that to us?
Probably like in the next hour I can.
Well, you're going to be here anyway.
You want to be?
Well, do you have other cases or not?
I do. It should take an hour, but I'll be here for her.
Can you do it a little, well, I get this motion too. I'm just trying to figure out if it's easier for me to adjourn this. I think. I hate to make you wait. Why is it going to take you an hour? Can you get it here earlier?
I can't. I'm at an appointment right now and I take the bus.
We should probably adjourn. She misses her bus if there's some delay.
All right, let's do that. I want to see that report. I want to see whatever you've done, okay?
Okay.
And then
so
I might end up just running it concurrent with the Monroe Circuit Court Drug Court program. So let's adjourn this out a week or two. When is Mr. Crawford here again, Lisa? You want to tell me?
Let me check real quick. Looks like he's here on Tuesday and Friday next. Oh no, I'm sorry. Friday this week and Thursday next week.
How about if we just do it, let's see, what's Thursday of next week?
I'm getting induced for my labor next Thursday.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And the other one is this Friday?
Yes, it looks like he is arraignment attorney on Friday.
I don't have anything on my docket for Friday, right?
No,
Let's adjourn it to that date. We're going to make it
October 31st.
Yeah, October 31st, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to zoom in we'll make it at 9:00, but I need the proof. So you send that to Lisa, Lisa, at 33court.com. Okay? Try to still do that today. Lisa, Lisa, at 33court.com. Okay?
Okay, so you want proof that I'm at this recovery house and then that I go to drug court in Monroe?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All
and
right.
the drug court letter should be from your probation officer there, and she should tell me what you're doing.
Okay,
how
I'll
you're
have her.
doing. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
So I'll need it like sometime today or tomorrow, though, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Thanks a lot. Good luck.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People against Connor William Arthur Brandt, 25W265.
Morning.
Good morning. I feel bad you were waiting so long.
It's okay.
What was your breathalyzer result?
Say that again?
What was your breathalyzer result?
They just told me. I don't want to tell you a number and you're wrong.
So you don't know?
I can't remember.
Come on, mister. Yeah, come on. It's got a .026.
I think that's what he said.
You got a marijuana pen in your pocket too?
Yeah, I'm a medical.
Pardon?
I'm like medical or like
Holy,
20 turns.
what happened? What's your physical situation that requires you to have a medical marijuana card?
I have arthritis in my feet.
Arthritis in your feet?
Yes.
Did you play sports?
No. Well, a little bit, but no. Not
Arthritis in your feet?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I've ever heard of somebody having arthritis in their feet.
Well, like my heels, yeah.
What do you work at?
I work for Rock Brothers Landscaping.
Who do you live with?
My mom and dad.
Graduate?
No, sir.
Why not?
I got a 1-year-old, so it's just hard with work and
My God, you got a lot going on, son.
and I'm married, so
You're married, 1-year-old, no diploma, you're trying to make a living.
yes, sir.
And you're fooling around with marijuana because you got arthritis in your feet. Right?
Yeah. It relaxes me and it just does soothe the pain a little bit. It's less.
It relaxes you. That's the operative word. Soothes the pain. You got arthritis in your feet at 20 and you want me to think you've got so much pain. Mr. Urick, your name?
William Urick on behalf of the city of Woodhaven, Your Honor.
He seems like a nice kid who has arthritis in his feet at age 20 to me. He's got arthritis in his feet. You ever heard about somebody having arthritis in their feet?
I've heard of it before, but
I haven't.
it's fairly isolated.
Listen, why don't you cut this kid a break? I don't want the MIP. He doesn't need the MIP on his record. That's going to just cause him insurance rates. He only had an 026. How old are you? 20?
20, starting 21 within December 4th.
Why don't you cut him a break? Give him something else if you don't mind.
We don't mind.
Impeding something like that so his insurance, so he doesn't fall on their Christmas card list where they're sending him plants and, big baskets at Christmas because his rates went up so bad. Would you change this for me?
I would, Your Honor.
I try not to get involved, but I think in this, he seems like a nice kid. Plus somehow he was waiting out there.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Connor, Mr. Brandt,
Yes, sir.
you got to reevaluate. I don't want to make a bigger deal about this, though, but come on. You fool around with marijuana, you tell me you got, I'm just amused that somebody's telling me they got arthritis in their feet.
I
I never heard anybody having arthritis in their feet. Maybe they do.
I really do. I was actually.
Well, what happened that caused you to get arthritis in your feet? Did you
That's
break
what
your
I'll
feet?
tell you. So when I was 16, I was locked up.
Locked up?
Yes.
For what?
Different story.
For what?
The civil care. It was.
I didn't ask you that.
It was beanie. I was young, punk kid. Then surround myself with best people. So,
So you were locked up and how'd that cause you to get arthritis in your feet?
So I was playing basketball in the court one day out there.
You mean in prison or at the juvenile detention center?
At Wolverine Human Services in Vassar. Vassar. That's it's like a placement. So I was at JDF and then I got sent to a placement. And then when I was playing basketball, I actually fractured my ankle and I went to a foot specialist and that's how I got told I have arthritis and all this other stuff.
And the feet?
Yes.
Not on the ankle joint or anything, but they.
Yeah. So
Well, he's offering you impeding. You're good with this?
Yes, Your Honor.
You sure? You sure? Okay. You want to plead to impeding traffic?
Yes, sir.
What kind of child do you have? Boy or girl?
He's a boy. He's 1-year-old.
And you live with your wife?
Yes, sir.
Good. To the charge of impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Possible.
This is 195 for the MIP. MIP dismissed. Please accept it to impeding 195. When can you pay this? How about $50 a week?
That works.
for $50 each week beginning November 17th.
Okay. Thank you.
You're a nice looking kid, but get yourself a diploma for the, you know what I mean? Well, you're not gonna make any money if you don't get at least a diploma or a GED. I don't know where you're gonna work at. Will they even hire you at McDonald's now without a high school? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be a wise guy.
They will just, honestly.
I'm just asking, will they? I don't even know if they will hire
They
you.
will. I think it was more of a scare for a high school diploma. I've not been asked. I've been a patient sitter. I've reported brand new 2025 Raptor R's, F-150 Bronco Raptors. Never asked to see a high school diploma. I've had hell of jobs without high school. I think it's just a scare.
You've had real good jobs?
Real good. Like, I'm 20, I was making 22 an hour at Roush. I got laid off because I was a contractor on the first day of laid off. So, I mean, I have touched some pretty decent jobs.
All right. I mean, he's got a good personality. I think you could do
I
that.
try.
Good luck.
Well, thank you, man.
If you need more time, you come talk to me, will you?
All right, yeah, well, thank you.
To pay, I mean, we got Rafael Garcia Viquez, 25W839-554. Good morning.
So sorry. Crystal Marie Medina on behalf of.
What are you apologizing?
To Ms. Fiat for expanding on my name, here you are. Crystal Marie Medina on behalf of Mr. Viquez. Mr. Viquez does require the services of a Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Villarreal, your name.
Yes, Your Honor. Bill certified court interpreter C3822.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true and accurate translation between the court and the defendant and the defense lawyer?
Yes, I do.
Sir, can you tell me your name?
Señor, ¿puede decirme su nombre?
Rafael Garcia Víquez.
Rafael Garcia Viquez.
All right, so this is going to be a plea to impeding traffic, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. I do have my client's authority to be responsible on his behalf, and I am prepared to do so. He's also prepared to pay fines and custody, Your Honor.
Good. Okay, so I'll just ask you to impeding traffic on his behalf, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept the plea, dismiss the suspend. I got to charge a little bit for the interpreter. I mean, dismiss the expired license, rather.
Of course.
Interpreter fees, this,
I'm sorry?
he works.
Yes, Your Honor. He's able to.
Interpreter fees of 50, 195 in fines and costs. 245. Yeah.
You will pay it today, Your Honor.
Okay. Thanks. Good to see you.
So much.
Thank you very much. You too. Good luck. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too. Thanks a lot. All right. Do I have Ms. Ebony Allen Hunter Smith? 22W29943 A and B. Are you going to talk to the prosecutor, see if you can resolve that or not? Where's
Can we see him, Chamber?
You can see me wherever you want. You can see me now, can't you? You look at me right now. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I want to get her lawyer out there. I was just going to see if you guys, before I call the case, if you can.
I think we might be able to resolve.
Okay, hang on.
Possible.
Mr. Crawford, your name?
Michael Crawford, representative defendant.
Ma'am, your name?
Ebony Hutchison.
This is a who's who of criminal convictions here. Huh? What am I going to do with her, Mr. Crawford?
You have an opportunity to show you how successfully she can help.
I'm sorry?
For an opportunity to show the court that she can successfully complete.
I didn't like the way you were acting with the police officer. You know that. I looked at a young lady with a larceny in a building. I mean, you got multiple convictions.
Well,
Ma'am,
can I explain the larceny? That was when I was.
you don't even know what I'm talking about yet. Let me finish. Then you can explain. Okay? I mean, you were born in 86, right? So you aren't exactly ancient. You're 39 years old, right?
Yes.
You got convictions in 05. I mean, you got some bad stuff going on here. 06, 9, 10, 10, 15, 22, 22, 18. 24 was disturb the peace. But I just don't like when people treat officers with this kind of disrespect. He's telling you he pulls you over.
No,
Did you pull yourself over?
I was already pulled over.
Okay. He says, I'll just read. I observed the black Jeep accelerating towards a white pickup that was slowing in the roadway. The Jeep made an abrupt movement to the left and attempted to overtake the pickup on the left side. I activated my emergency lights and siren and pulled behind the Jeep. The Wrangler stopped abruptly in the middle of the road, and the driver, a black female, exited and began to approach my vehicle.
That never happened.
Okay, I'm just going to read the rest of this. I opened my door and issued multiple commands for the driver to return to the vehicle. She immediately stated, quotes, no, and mentioned that, quotes, I would have to kill her. The driver began taunting me and verbally refusing my commands to return to her vehicle. I requested additional units and attempted a fifth and final time to order the driver to return to her vehicle, and she stated, are you going to kill me? Question mark, no, question mark. Then what are you going to do? Question mark. I used soft open hands to turn the driver around and place her against the front hood of my patrol vehicle. Sure, I'm just asking. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Never happened.
He's lying?
I was coming from a work Christmas party and I was lost. I live in Warren. I got off the freeway and I seen a gas station. I pulled over at the gas station and to go in to ask him where I was. And when I came out, that was the only time I seen the officer, and he grabbed my arm and I was asking what happened. I never was pulled over. I was never pulled over. I pulled over. I did realize I was drinking. I was over the limit. And I pulled over and I went inside and that never happened.
So you never said.
I would like to see a video. That never happened. That's a whole lie. And the thing that you said earlier, that was 20 years ago, that was when I ran away from my grandmother. And I took my stuff and I sold it. I didn't like break in a house.
Listen.
Please. That's just a lie.
Okay. So you just, if your position is the police officer is filing a police report contained with lies?
That's absolutely.
Okay. So you deny,
I would like to see the video.
hang on, so I'm just asking you, so you deny telling him that you're going to have to kill him?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Crawford, is everything in this report accurate?
I've had the opportunity to review the full line. We believe that recommendations, generally speaking, are fair. There are a couple revisions that we're requesting.
Take back that they'll take me. I want a lawyer and this is insane. I want to see the videotape and that's a flat out lie. That never happened. That never happened.
I don't even know if they'd have the video anymore because you didn't show up, ma'am. I don't even know if they'd have it anymore because you didn't show up when you were supposed to. You weren't here in 2020. Ma'am, stop interrupting me. In 2023, you were supposed to be here. They don't maintain dash cam videos or other videos for this length of time. Okay, so I doubt there's any that exist. So let's just start with that. Settle down. I can tell already that while this may not have happened, you have a real problem with authority. You thought you just interrupted me 4 or 5 times when I was trying to talk to you, so you don't have any respect for me either. But that's not the point. The point is I'm looking at somebody that has significant criminal history, man. And I thought, in fairness, I'm going to offer you the opportunity to explain to me whether or not that was true. Look at me, please. whether or not that was true. Seemed very disrespectful to me. That's just me. Now, counsel, does she want to go forth? Because this has been 3 years now. So I'm not likely to, ma'am, who's this with you here? Who are you, sir? Maybe she needs to go talk to you for a minute, and then we'll recall the case, okay? Maybe you can calm her down. But I don't appreciate her constantly interrupting me.
She doesn't need to, Your Honor.
Well, she did it multiple times. I don't know how I can conclude otherwise. All right. Do you have another one for me?
No, not right now.
You got one more.
Who's this in the back? What do you guys have?
Logan.
Okay. What did you want to do? Do you want to talk to me? You said something about going in chambers.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get the prosecutor.
No, I know. They asked me if we could,
Who asked you?
the pastor said, do you want to go talk to the judge and see if we can resolve it? I said, yeah.
Well, I'm not the prosecutor, though. I'm not.
No, the pastor told me.
I know. Get him in here, John. Mr. Urick, Mr. Bulahanis said you would like to talk to me with him. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, come on in with him. We'll go in chambers, the three of us, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Come on back.
Thanks.
Yes, I am.
Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, I think it's.
Wow, Bill.
Living there, and you considered that to be a single-family dwelling,
That's correct, Your Honor.
but at that time, you did not permit the dwelling structure in the barn.
No, we did not.
All right. What was the upshot of the 2017 case?
We had a conversation with Mrs. McLean. And at that time, she claimed she didn't realize that she couldn't do that, and that she assured us that it would not happen again. Cited for anything back in 2017.
All right, Ms. Fishwant.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Coleman, I want to talk about, let's move forward in time to July 19th, 2024.
Okay.
Okay. At that time, did you write a letter to Gary and Mary McLean about some potential zoning and building code violations?
Yes, I did.
All right. Do you have a copy of that letter in front of you?
I do.
Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm handing a copy of that letter to the defendants. All right, Mr. Coleman, this is the document.
Just give me a minute. Let me stop the screen share here. Figure out how to get it back. All right, we're back to our regular screen.
Mr. Coleman, is this a fair and accurate representation of the letter that you sent to Gary and Mary McLean on July 19th, 2024?
Yes, it is.
Has it been modified or altered in any way?
It has not.
Your Honor, I move to admit this as plaintiff's 3.
Any objection? All right, plaintiff's 3 will be admitted.
All right, Mr. Coolman, let's kind of run through this letter. What was the purpose of writing this letter?
Contrary to popular belief, I do not go out looking for problems, but I did receive a call. Somebody was aware of this situation, thought that they were not supposed to be renting out the building.
I'm going to pause you and I'm going to back you up just a minute. They were aware of this situation. What situation specifically?
So this is from the 2017 where we posted it as unsafe for human habitation. We had to chat with them, told them it was family in the house.
Right.
We weren't going to do any citations or court actions.
Okay.
So then we moved to 2024 and we get the township gets contacted and Mrs. McLean's out on Facebook looking for people to rent the space. And so I went and verified on Facebook that she was doing it. She has since blocked me from her Facebook page. But I sent a letter to her. I gave her a section of the zoning ordinance that does not allow for the multiple dwellings on the property, along with an explanation as to why she could not do it. And then I also captured and made part of the record, I screenshot the post from Facebook and the communication that she was having with others about this issue.
Okay, and the specific violations and the sections are kind of in the front, I would say maybe half to 1/3 of this letter.
That is correct.
Okay, and then the Facebook posts are kind of the back, maybe 2/3.
That is correct.
All right, and what did you learn from the Facebook?
Well, again, after 2017, she assured me that she wasn't going to be renting out the space, but then she turns around in 2024 and starts putting it out that she does want to rent that space. And again, the main portion of the house is a single family dwelling. So the other portion of the house could not be rented out to another family.
And to you, does the renting out, does that deviate from the single family, or is there any other criteria that deviates a single family dwelling from a multiple family dwelling?
Well, a single family is defined. So whether you're charging rent or whatever, if you put 5 different families in one home, by definition of a family, that would be a violation, whether you're charging any rent or not.
And the definition of a family is people who are related?
Correct.
All right. All right. Did you create an additional supplemental report? I'm talking about potential for farmhands or migrant workers living on farm.
That is just a copy, so that I figured it would come up today. The next supplemental report that I did was on July 21st of 2025, which is in the main packet and has the yellow tab beside it.
Okay. Judge, if we could pull that back up to 2025. Mr. Coleman, did you investigate the property again on July 21st, 2025? Permission from an administrative search warrant?
I did conduct an administrative search warrant. This was actually, the search warrant was served on the 23rd. I actually got a call from Mrs. McLean. She was requesting my help. She indicated please not to yell at her because her family was already yelling at her for it. But she felt sorry for a lady that apparently didn't have a place to live. And so she put her in that living space that has been deemed unsafe for human habitation.
And that was the kind of, I guess, barn office that we had a hand-drawn picture of back, I believe, in plaintiff's one.
That is correct.
And she indicated at that time there was somebody living there.
Correct.
Okay. So did you then go onto the property?
I did not go that day. I advised Mrs. McLean that if I got involved in it, the only option that I would have at this point would be to write her a citation for violation of the International Property Maintenance Code and the zoning code, because that unsafe for human habitation placard still was in place. So I did not respond on that day. A short time later, I got a call from the tenant that was in there, and she was complaining about various things that were going on that the McLeans were doing to her. And at that point, I advised her that her best option would probably be to call Adult Protective Services, which ended up being a landlord-tenant case as well.
Which I would ask the court to take judicial notice of.
Yeah, that is file number 251599 LT, Mary McLean versus Colleen McPherson, which is how I got back into this. Now, there was a small claims case in 2021, 211320, Nicole Miller and Landon Miller versus Mary McLean, which had to do with, again, renting this space and the return of a security deposit. I recall that case. But there were posts and other things regarding the rental of this property. So it was being rented apparently in 2021 also. Then there's a couple of other cases we may refer to, but so it came up again in the context of the small claims case, and then it came up again in the context of this landlord-tenant case. The tenant claimed she was paying $1,000 a month. The plaintiff claimed there was no rent. I never resolved that question. We just needed to get that lady out of there, and she left it in a deplorable condition. So it was never clear to me whether rent was being paid. I suspect it was, but we didn't have to resolve that question. So, all right. So now, because of the landlord-tenant case, you get drawn back into this. Is that correct?
Yes, I actually on July 23rd then got a call from Adult Protective Services, and they requested the township's assistance in doing an investigation on this property once again. And so based on their request, I did secure another administrative search warrant from this court. And on July 23rd, myself and Pam Kirkland from Adult Protective Services executed the administrative search warrant.
And did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
And those are the photographs present after the yellow tab admitted in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Yes, it is.
All right, if we could walk through those photographs real quick.
All right, and these are part of Exhibit 2, but these are photos taken in July of 2025.
That is correct, Your Honor. This is a picture of the bathroom. Mary indicated to me that, Mary McLean, that is, indicated to me that they had somebody coming to repair the floor because the floor was bad. And there was one of those plank boards there that was soft, that if you stepped on it, if I stepped on it very hard, I probably would have gone through the floor. This is one of the things the tenant was complaining about, that Ms. McLean had a heating and cooling company come in and put a locked box cover over the thermostat so that she couldn't have any control of it. And also Mary McLean indicated that she had the HVAC company reprogram the thermostat so that she was limited on what she could do as far as temperatures. Again, this is the front portion of that same space.
Now, we're in the barn right now, correct?
Yes, these are all in the barn. The 2025 inspection, I did not go in the house at all. So these would all be in what's been labeled as the farm office. So clearly seeing a bed and a lot of clothing and other things in this area of the room. Again, the same wall that you saw from 2017 that's got the fireplace in the wall a lot of clothing in that area as well. This is now in the back half of that same building where there's, I don't know whether it's a mattress or just a blow-up mattress, but there's furniture and television stuff back in this portion of the house as well. This is again just a picture of the kitchen area that's in this building. My building inspectors hate me for doing this, but I always open up the refrigerator. Obviously, you can see that there's fresh food in the refrigerator, giving the resemblance that it is being occupied.
We've seen some ugly refrigerator pictures.
This is just another view of the kitchen area, and to the right is the complainant on this investigation. This is an outdoor porch area on the back of this building, like a sitting area.
That looks like a real good place to take a nap.
Again, I'm back inside now. That's the back half of this farm office. That's got the other side of the fireplace and some furniture and other items in that area. This is just another view of the kitchen and the complainant that was sitting in the kitchen at the time. Just photographs of it obviously being occupied. There's fresh plants in the window growing. Again, another placard was placed this year on both the doors that were previously placarded saying that this is unsafe for human habitation. Just the other door towards the back. This is a thermometer that I took because one of the complaints was that the living space was over 80 degrees in the farm office, and that it was unbearable for her and her dog to stay in. So I did take a thermostat with me. This was just as we were getting ready to leave. And my thermostat that I had, or thermometer, registered 79 degrees in the living space.
63% humidity.
Yes. This is an area that the complainant was saying that they placed the fence right up next to the porch and that they were housing pigs next door, so that it would made it difficult for her to sit out on the back porch.
Is that a pig trough there?
I'm not a farmer, so I'm not sure. I would say that it's something for feed or water, yes. This is just a picture of the propane tank. They'd indicated that there was no propane in it, and it does register as having some propane in it, so I'm not sure what the malfunction was there. That's just another picture of the placard that's on the door.
That appears to be the end of the pictures.
Yes, and then the rest is just copies of the citations that I issued.
All right, thank you.
All right. Kind of gone through a lot of pictures, but can you summarize the events of July 23rd, 2025 from the best of your recollection?
So again, this investigation was done by Pam Kirkland from Adult Protective Services and myself. Again, this is not a dwelling. It can't be a dwelling. So we placarded it again. I did not, my search warrant, administrative search warrant did allow me to go back into the house I chose not to. However, Miss Kirkland did go in the house. I do not know. She didn't take any pictures that I'm aware of. But we now have an additional issue there because the second floor living space is now not being occupied by a daughter. And by their own admission to me, they're renting the space out to a traveling nurse, storing her stuff there. And then once in a while, if she's in the area, she would stay there. So that's not a single family dwelling anymore. That's now a multifamily that they're renting out the upstairs. I was also advised that there was a male subject living in the basement, but that he had just left the day or two before of my investigation. And it was my understanding that both of those parties are getting charged rent as well. So that now would be a multifamily dwelling, which has never been permitted. I did explain to Mrs. McLean that if she went through the proper permitting, she could physically make that house a duplex. A duplex would be allowed in that zoning district, but it has not been done. So
You've received no applications for permits to turn it into a duplex?
I'm sorry?
You haven't received any applications for permits to turn it into a duplex?
No, I have not.
All right, continue. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's fine. So on this occasion, I did issue the 2 citations. Because obviously she assured me before that she wouldn't do it again. She has done it again. And it is clearly a violation of the state construction code and the previous township zoning ordinance.
Anything else important in your visits to the property that we have not yet discussed?
I don't believe so.
And I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you have, Aaron, did you have this one?
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay. Well, that's a separate issue, not on that date, but I would like to.
Well, there's 2 separate tickets. File 251466 alleges nuisance ordinance. And the other ticket alleges zoning ordinance violations present. So there's 2 citations for the same thing, and I'm not exactly sure where the line is between one and the other.
If I may.
Yes.
So they're both citations are a municipal civil infraction, so they're a nuisance per se. The first one, I'm not sure what your case numbers are, but the first one that is issued or checked nuisance ordinance and zoning violation, that is a citation because of a couple reasons. Number one, you can't have more than one dwelling on a property. Number two, they've now made multiple living spaces in the main dwelling, which is again a violation of the zoning ordinance. And so from that perspective, that citation is in regard to the number of dwellings that are on the property. On the other citation, again, yes, it is a nuisance ordinance, but it is issued for the unauthorized dwelling space that they put in the accessory building. That fails to meet code under the International Property Maintenance Code or the State Construction Code.
All right. So one is overall, including the upstairs basement that they're allegedly renting other space in their home. And then the other one, number two, is just specifically the apartment in the barn.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right. I guess I have a couple more questions. Mr. Coleman, you indicated that you wanted to discuss an event that took place on October 23rd, 2025. Did you compile a report about that?
Yes, I did.
You have a copy of that report in front of you.
I do.
And I'll let the record reflect I'm handing independent copy of that report.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Coleman, you're looking at the report from October 20, or an investigation from 2023, about a Facebook site.
I am.
Has this report been modified or altered in any way?
It has not.
All right, Your Honor, I move to admit this as, I believe, plaintiff's court.
All right, I don't have that, do I?
I believe you have it on base, but
I don't think so, not from October 23rd.
All right. Mr. Coleman, on October 23rd, you were made aware of a Facebook site entitled Homesteads Looking for Helpers, Helpers Looking for Homesteads.
that is correct.
Did you conduct an investigation based on that, your awareness of that website?
I did.
All right, and what did that investigation produce?
So again, by other means, I had to get through to this site. Mary McLean has posted on October 3rd, this site, again, that she is looking for people.
23rd. Oh,
I'm sorry, yes. No, her post was October 3rd. And she's looking for, there's some captions and screenshots towards the back, that she is again looking for somebody to come out and live on the farm in a fully furnished dwelling space. This is even after she was issued the citations and before this court case. So again, she's having a total disregard for Fabius Township's ordinances.
Okay, and just to be clear, Ms. McLean's posts are the ones that are outlined in red?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you also included in there some information about labor camps.
So on several different occasions, Mrs. McLean has indicated that she's a farm and that she can have farm workers or migrant workers on her property to help them. I'm not disputing that. However, number one, the space that is there has never been permitted by the township. And if you have migrant housing and migrant housing workers, that is, and that's what this section was that I gave you, under the Public Health Code, Act 368 of 1978, in its section 333.12411, and the law clearly indicates that if they want to have migrant housing or labor camp housing, that has to be licensed through the state of Michigan.
Okay, I'm giving the defendants a copy of that section of the Public Health Code. I would ask the court to take judicial notice. I do have a copy printed out should the court need it.
The citation has been put into the record and I have it, 333.12411. Thank you.
All right, continue, Mr. Coleman.
So it's very frustrating that when you try to work with somebody and they continually just try to defy what the rules and regulations are that I didn't make, it makes it very difficult and frustrating to work with them.
You previously indicated that the migrant or agricultural labor camps were allowed with proper permits.
Correct.
Have there been any permits in this situation?
To all the checking that I have done, there is no license in the state of Michigan for this property for a migrant worker or a labor camp.
Okay. Sounds good. I have nothing further then.
All right. Mr. or Mrs. McLean, do you have any questions you'd like to ask of Officer Coleman?
I do.
All right, go ahead and use the podium so you'll be in frame. Which was number 4? Oh, this one, yes. Number 4, the report of October 23rd is admitted. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Should I be sworn in?
No, you're not under oath.
Okay.
He is, and you can ask him questions if you like.
You do this for a living. This is hard for me, Mr. Coleman, but I'm gonna try and muddle through it. The building permit that you handed out was for our big hay barn, the one you call the accessory barn, and there was a club car, UTV and stuff in
Is there
it.
a question in here?
Well, we'll get there. Let's see. We'll give her some leeway. She's not an attorney.
That's a separate building. It was 10 years after the fact that we built our property. So I just want to make sure that.
Well, ask the question. You'll have a chance to testify.
You're under the impression that that's the permit for the farm dwelling that I have.
Those are the permits that you gave me saying you had permits for that building.
I don't believe that's correct. But I have here the original building permit from 1992 and 1993 that you had copies of in all the paperwork that you, and these are the ones that I gave you. There's a picture of Randy's thumb in most of them because he held them as he took the pictures. True?
Randy may have them. I'm not, first of all, I can't see them from across the room.
Can I?
Second of all.
I give them to the judge or something?
No, you can show them to him. You're talking about the electrical permit and the plumbing permit?
And the building permit. And the drawing, the hand drawing of the farm office.
Okay.
So the page 2 of the drawing that she's given me is the same one that she handed me before that indicates a farm office. This building permit, and maybe Randy's mailing got it, I'm not aware of it, but this is a permit from 1992. It's identified as permit number F Frank 90-92, issued to Gary McLean. However, this is saying build a pole barn and install a mobile home, dwelling and storage. So it was a 24 by 36 mobile home. No, I'm sorry, the barn was 24 by 36 and the mobile home was a 14 by 70. And I'm not aware that there's any mobile home on that property today.
Okay.
You want this for evidence or?
Well, we'll take a
So I
look at
can't
it.
really make statements. All I can do is ask
Well,
questions.
you can make statements when it's your turn to testify,
Okay. All right, got it.
but right now you can just ask questions.
Are you aware of the conversation we had at the time the Salters in 17 made their calls to you? Why the police were there?
You had conversations about police, yes, but the police weren't there when I was there.
Well, the SWAT team must have just left because the Salters pulled a handgun on me. That's why this all started in 2017. Were you ever aware that that happened?
You said you'd had police interaction with something out there, but that doesn't involve the township.
Okay, well, SWAT was there and the Salters were taken off the property that day by Veterans Affairs. Apparently he had quite an anger issue. Were you aware that I originally got the Salters in there to be farm help?
I don't recall that, no. Again, it would be irrelevant.
Is farm housing still allowed in section 1 of Fabius Township in the Ag District?
Farm housing, labor camps or migrant
Not
workers?
labor camps, just farm housing. I don't want migrant workers. So not migrant workers, not labor camps, just farm housing, like the ordinance book reads. 2 words, farm housing, no description. Is that still allowed?
I would have to look at the ordinance, but farm housing, you could have a property with a house for farm housing, yes. But there's nothing in the ordinance that allows for multiple dwellings on one property. Unless you would go through the migrant camp labor workers and license it with the state, and they have a whole specification at the state level as far as square footage and what's required in a migrant house. That would all be through the state of Michigan.
We've been in contact with the U.S. Department of Labor, and because of the scale of my operation, our operation.
Again,
Said I don't need
you're
it.
not testifying.
Okay, I'll try to form a question out of that. I guess I'd still like an answer. Is just farm housing allowed without the migrant camp, labor camp part
On a separate parcel.
on a separate parcel? Some of the documents that you sent me in some of these letters, which is a pile of paperwork, I'm sorry, I can't quite find my way like you can. I'm just an old woman. But I believe it is section 46 of permitted uses in line number 1 where it says farm dwellings. Are you familiar with that at all? Section 46, 223, permitted uses. It's the first page of the letter that you wrote me about a year ago.
Right, I have the whole entire book.
Oh,
Section 46 is the whole entire section of the zoning ordinance. Farm dwellings, barns, stables, silos, housing for farm labor and accessory buildings, structures, and uses customarily incidental to any of the foregoing uses unless otherwise specifically provided in the article. So that is what 46-223 subparent 1 says. If we go to section 46-223, number 5, subsection 8. In that same section, it will tell you single or two family homes and accessory buildings, structures, uses customarily and incidentally thereto. So if you want to make your home a duplex and you want to have farmhand there, yes, you could do that. If you wanted to split part of your parcel and build a home on that parcel for farm labor, you could do that.
so what you're telling me is one section of the ordinance conflicts with the other. Because in one it says housing for farm labor, and in another one you just read me, which I don't have a copy of, it says something different, but it doesn't really allude to farm housing.
Next page of the letter that I did give you.
I don't have it in my letter.
Would you ask Kim to pull these 2 files from me?
The letter that I sent to you on July 19th of 2024, it's at the top of page 3. Third line down.
So I'm mistaken in permitted uses for farm housing, housing for farm labor. That's not what it says, so I'm mistaken in that?
I don't think you're mistaking that you can have farm houses, but it's how you have to have them. So if you want to have a duplex on your property and one half be your dwelling and one half be a farm person's farm help dwelling, you can do that. If you want to split off part of your property and build a, Fabius Township requires a minimum of 1,000 square feet of dwelling space per main floor. If you wanted to split a section of your property, build a little house over there, 1,000 square feet, and you want that as a farmhouse labor for your help, you can do that. Or you can go to the state of Michigan and get permitted for migrant, and they have their own separate rules as far as the housing.
We've never wanted to do migrant type, we like local, but this doesn't make sense to me, how you're explaining this to me, because even in section 2, it explains.
All right, well, what we're doing is, for one thing, you're wasting a lot of court time, that's valuable court time. You're not asking questions. You're engaged in some sort of philosophical debate. If you want to get up and testify, your theory is misplaced. You can't do what you want to do, and you know it. You know you can't rent that building out. You've known it for many years. You've been renting it out. You don't like the fact that you can't do it, so you do it anyway. You're You haven't filed anything that says, here's what we're doing it under. You're citing some federal regulations that may apply in an ancillary circumstance, but everything that he says to you is you can't do this. You could do it if you do it right, but you were disingenuous and you were dishonest about what you did. You told them you weren't going to do it anymore. You continued to do it. I've had several contentious cases with tenants who didn't like the way the whole thing went down, including this messy, ugly last one, where this lady was not farm labor.
Kim has to go to the basement.
Yes.
There are some in on-base.
And so the 2018s were not in on-base, I don't think. Oh, there are they? Okay, I'll find them there.
She's gonna pull the hard copies.
All right. So if you want to ask him some questions, if you want to get up and tell your side, you can do that. But I know you're doing the best you can. You're not a lawyer and you're doing all right, but this isn't helpful to your cause. So I'll let you go ahead and ask the questions you've got, but let's see if we can limit it to questions. He's under oath, you're not.
I'll try. Mr. Coolman, are you aware of how much of my homestead exemption has been taken away and for how many years?
I'm aware that you do not have 100% homestead exemption, yes, but I don't know anything else.
Allow me to give you this principal exemption. Because even though my daughter and granddaughter were living upstairs, which you testified to, and my son, still you recommended to, I guess, the township assessor to take away my homestead. Is that true?
I informed the township assessor that you had rental space, although unlawful, you had rental space that you were renting out on your property. I did notify the assessor of that, yes.
Okay.
It's his determination as to whether you get 100% or what you qualify for your principal residency exemption. I did not notify him in 2025 after this that you're renting out the basement and the upstairs, or he would probably take it down further yet.
Do you have proof that there's someone in the basement currently or upstairs?
In 2025, I did not go, but your husband admitted that you're renting the upstairs to a traveling nurse that was storing her stuff up there. Matter of fact, I think you said it, that it's a traveling nurse, and occasionally, if she was in the area, she stayed there.
Are you aware of the conversation that we had that I told you about the storage? Do you remember that?
Yes, I'm not sure which question is.
She's an ultrasound technician. She stores her things. Are you aware of the conversation?
You did tell me that, yes.
Okay. She does not spend the night. Are you aware of my telling you that? Do you remember that?
You told me that. Mr. McLean said on occasion when she's in the area, she does stay there.
Mr. McLean hasn't been well. Have I informed you of all of his health concerns?
I failed to see the relevance of this line of questioning.
I agree. Let's see if we can focus on what we're. So ultimately, this cost you money because it affected your tax status. I wasn't aware of that.
What did Pam tell you after she went in the house? Did she give you a report of what was in the house? Because I offered for you to come in, but you refused. Did she tell you something about what was in the house?
I would object. That would call for hearsay.
He alluded to it in his letter. That's why he testified.
It is hearsay, even if he did. All right. Go ahead and ask your next question.
May I refresh your memory about what Pam said after she went in the house?
It would still be hearsay.
No, it's hearsay. Pam can testify as to what she said or saw, but this witness can't testify as to what somebody else said.
Do you have any proof that I've ever taken $1 from a renter?
Physical proof? No.
So just hearsay proof.
It's from your tenants that were living on the property that told me they were paying you rent.
Have you ever come across tenants that say there's something that they're not?
I don't know.
Why did you ask me to evict Colleen McPherson in 2025?
Because your building is placarded as unsafe for human habitation since 2017. And you assured me back in 2017, you would not rent that out again. And then you turned around and did it and then called me begging for help because you said you messed up and felt sorry for somebody and put them in that dwelling.
That is very true. It's unsafe for any human habitation, but you did not ask her to leave. Is that correct?
I posted it as unsafe for human habitation. I did tell her that she could not stay there. She could come and get her stuff. She could not sleep there. She could not cook there. She couldn't watch the Friday night football game there, that it was unsafe for human habitation. I do not have the physical ability under any of these laws or ordinances to physically grab onto somebody's shoulder and escort them off the property. If they don't leave, then that would be another matter for this court.
Which it was.
Sad one too. She's living in her car. Do you remember in one of the pictures that there were plants in the windows that you pointed out about the air conditioning? Okay. What were the windows at that day that you were there? Were they open or closed?
They were partially open.
And there was boxes and thermostats and everything looked mechanically okay at that time.
There were boxes and thermostats, whether they were mechanically okay, I don't know.
Okay. This is hard. This is, I guess one other thing I would like to point out. Are you aware who built our barn that has the illegal dwelling?
I believe you indicated Mr. Hoyt built it.
Correct. Good memory. I guess I'd rather just testify then, because this is, like Your Honor says, kind of wasting the court's time because I'm inadequate for this.
Well, you're doing the best you can, but the rules of evidence apply. And your statements are not evidence, your questions aren't. So, all right, you can step down. Ms. McLean, if you want to testify. I'll let you do it right from where you are. I'll put both you and Mr. McLean under oath. Would you both please raise your right hand? Gary, would you raise your hand as well? You swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give here will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right. Ms. McLean, what would you like me to know?
First and foremost, from the very beginning of building our property, we have endeavored to obey all laws, ordinances, or anything. How to build a code, everything. I appreciate Mr. Coleman's statements that we have a nice place. 99% of our place is all off Craigslist. Everything in that apartment is used. It all came used, and we made a purse out of a sow's ear. The stress that's went on from this since 2017 is immeasurable. It's pretty hurtful that he doesn't even remember that there were 17 sharpshooters on our farm. And Mr. Coleman took the time that I was most upset. I'd like to ask Mr. McLean to maybe make a statement about that day.
All right, so there was a previous man, he had some mental health problems as well. And somehow he ended up living there, and he was a veteran, and they ended up getting him out. But how's that relevant to this?
Because since then, we have been stalked practically. Who goes on other people's Facebook pages and stuff like that? He says he doesn't go out looking for things, but my goodness.
Somebody made a complaint to the township that you were renting these properties out, which is what started it. And I'm sure he feels like I do. I wish I wasn't even here. But you're doing stuff that you know you're not supposed to be doing, and you're trying to put a lipstick on a pig. But go ahead. That incident in 2017 was when it first became known that someone was living in there, but it's not really relevant to this. But if you want to tell me about it,
No, that's okay. I'll go back to trying to be as legal as possible. Things were simpler back in the 90s. John Niken and John Hawley, the inspector, that drawing, the three of us sat there and he wanted us to make just kind of a hand drawing of what this little farm housing was going to be.
Yeah, I don't think that would get it today.
No, but it did then. And I
Yeah.
was Mr. Dunlap was there too, the supervisor. So I did what they asked me to do at the time. And they said, well, what are you first going to use? Well, we were pretty stretched money. And I said, first, it'll be my office to decide how we can manage to do all this thing. So he said, write down office. And Mr. Coleman has used that word against me so many times that it was just going to be a farm office. My office is in the house. It was redone, which Mr. Coleman knows and is aware of, when we had a fire out there. Our son Kurt Allwine was living out there and built a little wood stove instead of the fireplace, and we had a fire, so it was rebuilt some. Mr. Coleman told me we shouldn't have been able to do that, but I mean.
Well, let me ask this. Is there more than one well?
No.
Is
We
there
had
more
one
than
5-inch well.
Is there more than one drain field and septic tank?
2, and they were put in by Roberts Brothers.
All right, so there's a drain field and septic system for the house?
Yes.
And a drain field and septic system for the barn?
Yes, a huge one.
Did the health department give you a permit for that?
Yes, Mr. Zimmerman was there and inspected them.
All right, that's interesting.
I do know that there's a problem. I can't remember how we became aware of it, but Mr. Zimmerman wasn't there the day that Frank covered everything up. So I don't think there's good drawings. So we since then have made drawings because we obviously aren't going to be around here forever and people need to know these things. The well was put in by Lewis Well. These are not things do-it-yourselfers do.
No. All right, he represents that back in 2017, he told you, hey, don't do this anymore. And he didn't pursue any enforcement action. Again, 2017, somebody made a complaint. So the township followed up on the complaint. He went out there, determined you had this is a full-blown, fully furnished apartment. He said, hey, you can't rent that. If your daughter's upstairs, your daughter's in the basement, you can do that. Things have evolved. Other renters have been in there. Noel, Nicole, and Landon Miller were in there in 2021. And they paid cash money security deposit, which you declined to return. So we had a lawsuit regarding that. And then Miss McPherson was in there long enough to make a mess of the place. She claimed she paid $1,000 a month rent. You claim no rent was paid. I know a security deposit was paid in 2021. Nobody was under oath. I believe rent was paid, but I didn't make a finding to that. And you say
Also tore up for probation. We're here today for sentencing. Has everybody had the opportunity to review the PSI?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any reason not to go forward with sentence today?
No, Your Honor.
92 days of jail time credit. Did I say that already? Does that sound right to everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. View?
Your Honor, just for the record, we did give notice to the victim for today's hearing, and my information from the victims advocates, we've had no response in terms of victims' input related to the case. In terms of the state's position on Ms. Moore, her criminal history does reflect a series of prior felonies of a similar nature. She was on supervision at the time of this offense, as well as had outstanding offenses at the time of this offense. She's had multiple opportunities to engage in community control and has not been able to correct her behavior. At some point, it seems that a prison sentence is going to be warranted if she continues to engage in this type of criminal activity. My understanding is that the probation department's recommendation is for a local jail term and probation. I understand, I think from their perspective, that perhaps this is not the kind of offense that would be necessary, a prison sentence would be necessary for, but this is a third-degree felony. And so I think certainly if Ms. Moore does not engage in the services that probation intends to offer, that the court intends to supervise her, then we would request that sentence for both of those offenses be imposed of a 48-month prison sentence.
Mr. Stark, anything from probation?
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Mouse?
Your Honor, while incarcerated, she participated in the 30-hour alcohol and drug education program, has a certificate in the life skills program. Her pastor or clergy is present in the courtroom. She's been very active. Ms. Moore's been very active in the services at the jail and been a positive influence on others. She's also pressed charges against the person who was basically an accomplice in all this for domestic violence. So I think she's off to a good start. She has made progress in the past on probation, but she has a serious mental illness, and I think that if she gets off to a good start as she is now, she has a chance at rehabilitation. She informed me that she intends to reside in Warren County as soon as the Tennessee matter is resolved. Her children live here, so she would be living here as well.
Okay, Ms. Moore, what do you want to tell me?
I'm really sorry for what happened, and I wish that I would have made better choices. I did press charges on Brandon, my husband, and he's in jail now in Warren County for strangulation and domestic violence. There was a video, because we had a security camera, and so I won't be going back to him. My dad said I can live there. I want to get a treatment. I just want to take care of Tennessee, and I did really good in the REACT program. I don't know if you remember me.
I do.
It changed my life, and I did really good, and then I got back with my husband.
Where's Jackson these days?
He's with my family.
Okay.
I have another daughter, too. She's 9 months old.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to tell me?
Just thank you for giving me opportunity.
All right, I'm going to put you into my community control program for a period of 3 years. I'm going to order that you enter into and successfully complete the mindful healing program or some, some comparable program to that. Whatever you and probation decide is fine with me. I'm going to give you credit for the 92 days that you have already done. So I'm going to release you. That doesn't mean that you go home. That means that we're going to have an extradition hearing to decide whether or not you go to Tennessee. That's going to happen in the next couple of days. And if Tennessee does not come and get you, then you're going to be released, and we're going to get you over to mindful healing. If they do come and get you within 3 days of your release from custody in Tennessee, when you're done with them, you need to report to probation. Then we'll get you over to mindful healing, get you things set up. We're going to suspend your probation until the time that you get back. I'm not going to impose a fine. I am going to impose the costs upon you. If you violate the terms of your supervision or you leave the state without permission, I can sentence you up to the maximum penalty in this case, which is 36 months in prison. You do have the right to appeal this to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middleton. If you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer to obtain a transcript or to pay the costs, they'll all be provided to you at no charge. Anything else we need to do? Anything I forgot?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you very much.
And Your Honor, I'm released from the case. That extradition hearing I would not be involved in.
Right.
Okay.
You don't need to be there for that.
Stuff in your Facebook page, like it's hard to make a go these days. We need some supplemental income. So the allegation is you're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart. You're doing it because you want extra income to help defray costs. So these are money makers. And you spent tens of thousands of dollars to furnish this apartment, the kitchen, the bathroom, the construction, to just leave it empty. The problem is, in Fabius Township or most other townships, you can't do this. There's also, and I don't know what the current status of Airbnb rules are in Fabius Township. So let's assume.
Or, oh, look, a member of a mariachi band? That's pretty cute. Okay. Or, oh, we have so many options. You could be a scholar.
You could do that. You own the house, you can rent it, I always advise people to get a lease and rent your house, be a landlord. If you're renting rooms or small apartments on a temporary basis, they become Airbnbs or what are known as short-term rentals. And many of the townships, including Fabius, have limited that practice. Park Township, where I live, limited it to 10. Lockport Township limited it to 10. Fabius Township has all the lakes. And I think they limited it to 20 short-term rentals, Airbnb rentals. So I'm not sure what the status of that is. So the corollary would be that this is somehow like this visiting nurse. I believe she stays there. Her stuff is there. She's paying you money to keep her stuff there, and she sleeps there when she comes. That's a short-term rental. I don't know whether that meets the township rules or not. I don't know who was living in the basement paying rent. Again, some of it's sort of speculation. So those are less clear, but the apartment in the barn is crystal clear. The township doesn't allow that as a rental property. It's not a permitted migrant camp. It's not farm housing. This lady wasn't a farmer. She wasn't a farmhand. So they tell you don't do this in 2017. They tell you don't do it in 2025 in July. And in August, you're posting stuff on Facebook trying to get a tenant in there. And they're like, hey, this sounds like a good deal. We'd like to move here from the UP. My husband and I, we're handy. We'd like to move there. So you completely ignored what brought us here in the first place. And as I repeat, you're trying to put lipstick on a pig who maybe could eat in the trough behind this apartment. But there are some interesting things that you note. This was permitted sort of in the old days on a scrap of paper, hand drawn with a pencil. But I am interested that the health department permitted a separate drain field. Now, you testified to that. I don't have any independent proof of it, but I'll take your word for it because you couldn't run this much stuff on one septic system. So I'm very surprised the township was willing, the health department was willing to permit it in the first place. But here we are. So I keep cutting you off with my little asides here.
No, I appreciate that.
All right.
You're
What else?
kind of right. I live in the past because I can still vividly remember getting my permits and doing what we were doing. So I had full confidence that my permits that we bought.
He told you in 2017 that you couldn't do this anymore.
That I couldn't rent it.
Yes.
And I have not rented it.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you. You're under oath.
I know.
And Nicole and Landon Miller were renting it.
No.
And are prepared to rent it. They gave you a security deposit, which is money. The people were under oath at that hearing. And although Miss McPherson testified, I think she was using somebody else's money, like senior services or somebody was paying her rent. If I recall, there would be some sort of record of that. Why would you let some lady come in and trash your place like that if there wasn't any economic return?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. McLean?
First of all, the lady Colleen McPherson.
Yes.
She was in that same place that we were talking about today.
Yes.
The other people that you mentioned that you thought was in there was not, they weren't in that building.
Which building were they in? They were in the house, okay.
Yes.
We're going to be, they never actually.
Yes,
The other
COVID
thing
hit.
is that, yes, Miss McPherson, Colleen, absolutely was asked right in the beginning if she would help out doing some chores, that she could handle, blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, her health went downhill pretty fast after she moved in there.
And she also moved her son in, didn't she?
She tried to move, yeah. Her son tried to run over me once. I mean, there's been all kinds of.
This is a bad deal all the way around.
That was a bad deal. We have never had anybody there that we absolutely asked for help with our farm. Well, the whole time, including the person that you're talking about that did the deposit thing, all that.
Millers.
I don't think they even stayed there.
No, COVID hit and there were issues and they didn't stay there. They were suing to get their deposit money back.
But they did have about 20 horses on our property. Their horses.
Another thing that, so after 2017, we called the township at least 3 times trying to get information on what we had to do, could or couldn't do to be able to, use that space again. And we never got any reply from it until all this stuff came back around again.
We went to planning commission meetings.
But you're right, that was probably close to the COVID type. When
That was with the knowledge, yes.
Well, I have a gentleman, he's passed now. He lives where I live. And he has a property that is, Doug, you're familiar with this property. Part of it's in Lockport Township and part of it is in Park Township. And he has 2 houses on it. And he wanted to use, again, it's a historical thing. 2 houses were built on the same property and he wanted to use both and they wouldn't let him do it. And he fought for years. He was fighting with 2 townships, Lockport and Park. He passed away. And so his heirs are going to have to deal with 2 residences on the same property. So this happens in other places other than Fabius, but I've had other cases in Fabius Township with this issue. So,
But we've tried to resolve this, as Mr. McLean said. Recently, I know there's one in Park that Mr. Coleman suggested a land divide, and that solved that problem. I asked about that, and all I ever get is no.
Well, one thing you could do is get some advice from an attorney.
We tried, it's very expensive, we're not in a position to do that.
Yes, all right. And so, but in your Facebook posts, you talk about, hey, we need money and we're going to supplement our income and it's hard running a farm. So the gist of it, it was for revenue generation. And then these new posts, which is exhibit 4. What did I do with that one?
Actually, it's a barter system. That's why the farm housing is so important to us, because if we can have somewhere where, because costs are so outrageous for people to live somewhere, we can't afford to pay somebody $40 an hour to work on our equipment. And that's what that was for. Our equipment is broke down. we're not physically able to fix those things anymore. We would like to live out the years we have left.
You keep saying this stuff, you're younger than I am, and you make it sound like you got 1 foot in the grave.
No, multiple heart attacks and diabetes will do that to you.
All right, but that's a rental. So if they're there as a farm laborer, you're gonna exchange their labor for a tenancy, that's a rental. And
Is the barter system not illegal? Is that not allowed anymore?
Not in this circumstance. If you had a standalone house that you wanted to have people live in exchange for farm services, you could do that. You can't do it in this structure. There also may be an issue about IRS, whether that's income that someone's providing labor in exchange for a house, but that's not my concern. The answer is yes. If you owned a separate house and you want to have some farm laborers come in there and live there in exchange for working on the farm, you could certainly do that. You just can't do it here.
Unless I could divide our farm.
Yes.
But the township says no on that too.
And I don't know the answer to that. I've seen your home, and as you can tell in the pictures, it's a nice place. You take pride in it. Your part's cleaner than everybody else's part, but I don't know the layout. Just because you want to separate it doesn't mean that you can do it. Now, Mr. Kuhlman spoke to something. Many people want to buy an acre of property and put a storage building on it, or buy 10 acres and put a storage building and store their boats and their property on there. You can't do that anymore unless there's a house on the property. And so you can put up a storage building, and I know people have done it. They put an apartment in it, so it is a house with a building attached. I don't know where or how to draw the line. So the township apparently is telling you no. It involves also the assessor. But you haven't got any legal advice, whether an attorney would say, yes, you can do this, or no, you can't. I don't know the answer to that. It has to do with how the land is configured, how much the acreage is. For one thing, there's one well. You'd have to put in a separate well, separate electrical service, separate address. You could turn your house into a duplex and have lawful rent the other half of it. There's a way to do that. The problem here is with this ancillary building with a fully furnished apartment in it that people are renting. And you're going to get right back into it with these homesteaders for exchange. You got all these people that want to do it. And
which nothing came of that, by the way.
Good.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I just want, before we think we got a little light bulb glimmering here when you reference the short-term rentals. Yes, Fabius does have short-term rentals, but it has to be the main house, the entire house, so it could not be one of these like this building either, or they couldn't segregate. If they made a duplex, that could be a different issue, but she can't get a short-term rental registration for
this structure.
Never wanted it for that. You assumed from the beginning that I wanted it for that.
Well, I don't know. That was maybe an option to pursue, but it isn't.
I tried that option and I was shut down completely.
All right, well,
there's already too many in the township and they're not.
Yeah, they were going to allow 20 and number 22 and 23 are just out of luck, I guess. Which is interesting because a lot of those lakes have small cottages on them that have been rented for years. And that's an issue of contention that I don't want to get involved in. All right. So I keep cutting you off. You had some other things you wanted to tell me.
I did go to the township meetings a few times, not for lack of something better to do, but to know what maybe I could learn because I kind of get shut down all the time. And I was there when they were talking about the Airbnbs and the Verbos. And that's what prompted that letter a year or so ago. He always assumes that I'm gonna put somebody in that apartment, but that's not true. It sat vacant for years until I got stupid and let Colleen in. But I still don't consider that stupid. I'm still a human. She was homeless. And at the end of the day, I'm still happy that I tried to help somebody. The only thing I got out of it was a lot of grief, and I kept her dog for her.
Yes.
But
Now, someone in that case, there were supposedly some texts. I was looking at my notes.
I tried to charge her rent to try to get her out,
Okay.
but I never actually got any. And that's when they started. I gave her all the ammunition she needed. I told her when I let her the first night, I said, and I don't have any of the furniture out there. That was all hers. Which she unloaded the whole van by herself, by the way.
Well, I was curious.
I can't lease this. I can't,
You
it's
can't.
just
You
farm. So she knew exactly who to call.
Yes, so that goes under the category of no good deed goes unpunished.
I've slept with that in my thoughts.
All right, so no one's in there now?
No. Not since Colleen left and I scrubbed it up, but getting the cigarette smoke out, I'd like to have
Yes,
some
and
suggestions.
it was bad all the way around. She had some issues.
But I tried to do a good deed and I'm still gonna hang on to that. But the Airbnb thing, when I was at the meetings, I didn't know that just after I was at the meetings that they set the numbers. And then just the last meeting, I learned why, because there's a big thing going on with all the lakes and all, and I don't live that way, so I don't understand that. You do maybe.
Well, I don't. There's rentals on Clear Lake, there's rentals on Corey Lake, there's rentals on Pleasant Lake. And if you limit it to 20.
That's a lot.
I think maybe they didn't. Did they do 40?
They originally had 40, they reduced it to 30.
30.
And if you're next door to somebody, that's too many. But at the last meeting, they're discussing how many docks you can have. Because Roberts has got like 50 docks and Happy Landing's got 50 docks.
Yes, that's an issue that we've been struggling
But
with.
this doesn't apply to us. We sit smack in the middle of 50 acres.
Yes.
You know, I tried to look ahead on what I might need and like a study about how I've impacted people. Not one of my neighbors ever knew I had anybody there on the farm. But I don't have any close neighbors.
No.
So, you know, and you're right, we do try to keep our place nice, and we're living in the wrong century.
Perhaps. There was a time when, in my early career, some townships had no zoning. Flower Field at one time, when I first started, had no, you could have cited a nuclear waste site next to a child daycare center. There was nothing to prohibit anything. People will put 4 trailers on a lot and do things. That ship has long since sailed. As Mr. Kuhlman said, every township in the late 70s and up into the early 80s has zoning enforcement. And as you heard, his replacement represents a number of other jurisdictions. There's 24 municipalities in St. Joe County. I think there's 16 townships and 8 cities and villages who all have zoning. Some of it is universal. State codes, state building codes, federal building codes, and some of it is particular to each township or each village. I believe what you're asking to do here would not be permitted under any of the 24 units in the county. And it just is what it is.
I'm still perplexed why the supervisor and the secretary and the inspector all said it was okay. I still linger on that because they knew exactly what we were going to do. As I read my uneducatedness on the ordinances, it still says farm housing. It doesn't say if it could be a tent or a tree house or whatever. It just says farm housing, not migrant. I don't want migrant and all that. Farm housing for someone to stay there to help with the farm.
All right, well, there may be something that says that, in one context. But in the township zoning context, you can't do it. And Gene Dunlap and John Nyken, and God rest their souls, are all gone. Things were done back in the day on a handshake and something written on the back of a napkin, but that isn't the way it is. Clearly, we're 30 or 40 years beyond that. And you knew since then that you couldn't do this. And you're
We
still trying.
tried to have conversation. I even had recently with Dave Hassinger, who was on the Board of Appeals, and he says, why have I never been made aware of this? Because this is an appealable thing. I've been told by many people that this should be okay.
Well, I'm not saying maybe you could, there are things you could do perhaps to make this legal. You could have the house made a duplex and rent.
Which we consider, because they took away my homestead, so.
You
long
could
ago.
perhaps figure out a way to separate these two pieces of property, put in a separate well, give it a separate address. But that hasn't been done. And people made a complaint previously. This lady made a complaint, and then Protective Services made a complaint, and they really didn't have any option to ignore it. And you're right, he condemned it, but she wouldn't go. I guess theoretically, I could have had some sort of, I've done it, emergency order to remove somebody. But you had a landlord-tenant case, she still didn't go. You had to pull her out of there by her fingertips to finally get the eviction in effect. So it's empty. All right, I've got, I don't have the ability to go into the afternoon because I have sobriety court at 1 o'clock today. So is there anything else you want me to know about this case?
Regina Chapman is in here because I would like to call her as a witness if she's willing. She stayed in the house, not the barn, after a house fire. Is she willing?
Well, you're certainly willing to testify. I'm not sure it'll help, but if you want to come up and tell me what you know about this, Ms. Chapman, will you come forward? Come right up.
We've been friends forever.
Well, I've known her longer than you have, so we'll go back to 8th grade. So you were in about 4th grade then. All right. You swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right.
So
Have
we
a,
got
yes. No Bibles. That's a swear or affirm. All right. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Regina Chapman.
She's not triggering the microphone.
Where do you want the hold? Regina Marie Chapman?
No, that's fine. I'm going to put it on the witness.
Okay, as I said, there's a delay.
All right. What would you like me to know?
Well, in 2006, we had a house fire at our place. And by the time we live on 54012 Wilbur Road, we're about 2 miles east of Mary's house, but we're in Park Township. And by the time everything got cleared out, they told us we couldn't stay at the house anymore, even though it was just smoke damage. But Mary was the first one to volunteer that we could stay in their basement. And I didn't have any adult children at home. They were all in college at the time, which Mary still had. You had 3 adult kids at the house. So we lived in the basement, and we went back and forth to the house to get our belongings and things like that. We were there for 4 months and tried. I worked as a nurse in Kalamazoo, so I did that, and here I was at American Axle. So, and it was very comfortable. I mean, it was everything we ever needed. And she always went over and above anyways for decorating and everything. But I'm thinking, in this day and age, I mean, I bet you could walk into any of these business farms. Like I'm thinking Nagel's over there at Gladiator. How many people don't have TVs,
you know, you gotta have heat in your offices, in your barns, I don't care if it's in your house. But I thought, gosh, that's good ideas. And everybody's playing video games, so you can't live without a TV to watch video games, even in business. But anyways, yeah, it was a great stay. I mean, I've been over there many times. I mean, her children were always there. We never knew when her grandkids were gonna drop in and spend the night. It's like, are we limited to how many bedrooms we can have in a home? And just the fact there was no bed actually in that house. I mean, she used to have bigger dogs, but these little ones now that she's got, I mean, the dogs would take up a whole room. And so I could see that very easily, but, what else did I make? I don't know. Do you have any other questions, I guess?
To speak to my character, I guess, to have been accused of being a nuisance, I cannot tell you how deep that cut. I try everything not to be a nuisance, and to be charged with that and to take my home on Social Security and bond.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, you've always been there to lend a hand to either people with your church, people in the community. You had the big 4th of July parties, and it was you that fed almost everybody at these things. You have gone over and above the average limitation for people. I mean, as far as taking care, and so with Gary too. So,
and I live in fear now. I had the Chamber of Commerce. I was part of their tour, and I was scared.
Your Honor, this
do
was
that
in
right.
2006. The citation is from 2025, nearly 20 years later. I think we're getting to a point of not being relevant. I can appreciate we're
way off that point. I
But
thought I
this
was
is
just
just not relevant in any way.
No, she has good character. She let her friend live there 20 years ago,
And
well
many
before
others.
all this.
Many others.
All right.
if there's anything else that you'd like to know about any other situations that I could bring.
Why not? Are you familiar with some of the other goings on in the different townships that this is gonna?
That's not relevant either.
It's not?
No, people often try to raise that as a defense. Let's say, it always comes down to people want to use their property in a certain way and the township doesn't like it. Somebody's got 57 junk cars parked back in the woods, leaking radiator fluid and transmission fluid into the groundwater. And the township says you can't do that. And the guy says, well, it's my land. I ought to be able to use it the way I want. So there's a fundamental dispute between what people want to do with their own land and zoning enforcement.
Well, I agree. We need code enforcement.
So none of this is helpful. None of this helps your cause. It isn't relevant. And I thought perhaps maybe Ms. Chapman knew something more. Do you know anybody that did rent the property from Ms. McLean?
No, I didn't.
All right, you can step down.
After COVID,
Yeah.
everything was down. Until
Yeah,
I
that-
got.
All right, any
I
other?
guess I'm at the court's mercy.
All right. I guess we all are. All right, Ms. Gershwin, anything else you would like me to know?
I have one sentence, just that the court stated that whether or not people were living in the main dwelling, that was the only hazy issue. Mr. McLean stated that other people were living at the house that were not family. I think that satisfies that element. I do have a prepared court order that is several conditions. I'm happy to go through all those conditions if the court would like, or hand the order to the court.
Let me see it. Well, we have the testimony about the visiting nurse renting storage space and occasionally staying there.
And I'm now, when it comes down to that, I'm pretty sure my attorney, he most likely will remember that, because that's something that we talked about as well.
So, Mr. Nihas, it is not Mr. Charwig's plan to go to jail today?
I wasn't sure who was going to go first. I know Your Honor did say if they did bring the amount of money and the full amount that you would give them a time. You did say within 120 days where they would pick which 30 days they were going to do. I remember that because it kind of stuck out of my head how accommodating you were being. I know that the reasoning was so that they would not be in at the same time.
I do remember me saying that they would not be in at the same time. Ms. Kroko, why don't you go listen to it? August 13th? Go see what I said. We'll recall the case in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
All right, so case of the state of Ohio, I lost my place here, versus Brandy Orman, case number 22 CR 39909. Present before the court is Ms. Orman, represented by Mr. McKenna. We have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office, Officer Evans from probation. We are here today for final ILC violation hearing. Mr. McKenna, does your client wish to have a contested hearing in this matter?
No, Your Honor, we admit.
Ms. Orman, do you understand the rights you're giving up by admitting to the violation? Is this what you want to do? Do you admit or do you deny that you violated the terms of your supervision?
I admit.
Based upon your admission, I find you have violated the terms of supervision. Mr. View, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank
You
you.
have 64 days of jail time credit? Where are we headed, Officer Evans?
Multiple referrals have been made to a CBCF as well as residential treatment. The thing that is standing in the way is Ms. Orman's medical issues, which need to be taken care of before she enters into any programming. At this point, the recommendation is not for a CBCF, but rather residential treatment. So in order for us to figure out her insurance and her medical issues, we would move forward at a later date once we get that.
Is the thought to continue her on ILC?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenna?
Your Honor, we're certainly in agreement with that. I would just agree with everything she just said. And Ms. Norman said she does have these potentially significant health issues. She needs to be examined in November, and she is willing to do treatment, and she certainly has had a serious drug problem. I'll submit on that.
Ms. Orman, do you have somebody to get you to the appointments and back?
I haven't even actually spoke to anybody about it because I didn't know how it went down, but I can start figuring that out.
Okay. Is there anything that you want to tell me?
Well, I mean, I'm other than just, I've done treatment, like 3 different kinds on this case, and I graduated 2, and 2 aftercares on that, and the 3rd one I couldn't engage because I was so ill, and then, I don't know, my team wasn't, I feel, on my team. Like my case manager and my counselor, I don't know, we just didn't click, more or less, and as I got sicker, they just started, like, everything I did, basically, so I just couldn't, you know what I mean, I didn't run off or nothing, so I just came back.
All right, I'm going to continue you on intervention in lieu of conviction. I'm going to order that you enter into a successfully complete a residential treatment program. I'm going to hold you in jail until we get you over to that program. So what's going to happen is I'm going to set up your doctor's appointments. I'm going to furlough you to go to those doctor's appointments. You have to find transportation. We don't take you. But I'll release you from jail to go to those appointments. And if you are still in the jail 30 days from now, I want to review this case to see where we're headed.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, that's all. Good luck to you, Ms. Orman. Do you need Mr. View, Ms. Blaine?
Yes. Waiver verdict.
Do we have somebody that you're going to send over that can pinch hit for you? Is that a thing?
Tim back, or is Carl back there?
We can wait for a couple of minutes. I don't know how many hearings she has.
A lot.
Okay.
More compelling case is, and there was supposedly, again, not very clear, somebody living in the basement that left before they got there. I'm not clear of the terms of that. All right, here's what they're asking. No person or domestic animal is permitted to sleep in, dwell in, reside in, relax in, bathe in any barn, accessory building, second or third dwelling unit, camper, garage, makeshift shelter on the property. That's awfully broad. So if they come in after working on the farm and they want to go in that place and take a shower on that side before they go into the house, this would not allow them to do that. If they wanted to have their dogs spend the night out there because it was barking, this wouldn't allow them to do that. That's awfully broad. Well, I'm not sure I'm ready to do this. Defendant shall remove the illegal kitchen and bathroom from the barn on the subject property by disconnecting all gas and electric lines thereto, moving all appliances and plumbing facilities, removing the flooring and returning the barn to a full agricultural building. Utilities shall remain disconnected and the barn used only for agricultural purposes thereafter. No construction may continue or take place on the barn unless the zoning permits have been secured. As of the date of this order, the defendant shall not rent out or allow the use of the separate portions of the house as dwelling units. Again, overly broad. That means they couldn't have their kids.
Explained in chambers, he does have the alleged victim in the case who's present in the courtroom. It's in my office with Mr. Anderson. I don't feel that there's any further need to have the ankle monitor on, and I'm asking that to be released.
Ms. Tranter?
Your Honor, from the state's perspective, these are significantly serious charges. From my perspective, I don't see the harm in keeping the ankle monitor on at this point. My understanding is the victim is here. I don't know if she wishes to address the court or not regarding this situation. Yes. Okay. Ms. Burrell is indicating she wishes to address the court.
Come forward, please. She can stand over here at the microphone over there, please. Please state your name for the court over there, please.
It is Brandy Nicole, and now it's Anderson. You have it as Thompson.
Okay. What do you want me to know?
I do not think that this ankle monitor is in any way necessary. I've continued to share with them. I am not fearful in any way, shape, or form. I am pregnant. I would love to be able to share that with my husband.
And there is no protection orders and there is no contact order, correct?
Correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, anything else? All right, thank you. All right, the court has already checked with court community corrections, and the court will remove the monitor today. And we'll get it set for trial, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was told not to let you.
Oh, because they need me next door.
Yes.
Thank you for that reminder, actually, because I would have forgotten.
No problem.
Yeah.
I told Judge I said you were busy in here, and I will track down Jenny, because I thought she was saying with Craig in the Gary room.
I was thinking that, yeah. No, wait.
She went.
James. I have a case with James here, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
James Bogan.
All right, but I have one next door too.
No.
That's what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, Judge Oda
Why are we
wanted.
not talking, why are we not on the same
Let's start
page?
this. Hi, I'm Marcus. So,
Judge Oda is trying to get me there. He's
Yes,
giving me
yes, because Travis had to run to healers because, for. And I told Judge Oda that you were tied up, so I would get Jenny, but Jenny wasn't there, and.
Got you.
Through his attorney and stuff like that too, so. Yeah.
Kids live there shall not rent out or allow the separate portions of the house as dwelling units. By no later than 30 days after the signing of this order, the defendant shall eliminate the use of the house on the subject property as 3 separate residential units. Only one single family dwelling is permitted on the subject property. Defendant shall remove the illegal appliances, washer, dryer, electrical services, upgrades, and bathrooms from the basement and the second floor of the subject property. Defendant shall remove the separate entrances to the second and third floors and return the house to its original approved condition by no later than 30 days after the signing of this order. The defendant shall obtain after the fact building permits for any construction and or appliance installation on the power upgrades that have occurred to the house on the subject property after it was initially inspected and approved for occupancy. That's unclear as to what that is. The defendant shall expose concealed work. There shall be no occupancy of the second floor of the house until such time as a certified complaint with the minimal occupancy standard in the zoning ordinance of Fabius Township. The basement may not be occupied for dwelling purposes. The defendant shall not rent out any portions of the buildings or structures on the property. The defendant shall thereafter utilize the subject property in compliance with the township zoning ordinance by ensuring that only a single-family dwelling is utilized for dwelling purposes. Dwelling shall mean living in, sleeping in, reclining in, bathing in, cooking, or sheltering in the building. Travel trailers, tents, accessory buildings, motorhomes, and makeshift shelters do not constitute dwellings pursuant to the ordinance and are not safe for dwelling purposes. I did notice on one of the photographs there was what I believe a motorhome parked there.
That's ours.
All right. The township ordinance enforcement officer is hereby authorized to access the property for purposes of making compliance inspection, taking photographs after 15 days of this order. If the defendant fails to bring the subject property in compliance with the ordinance by the date specified herein or thereafter, fails to maintain the subject property in compliance with the ordinance, the court will enter an order requiring.
Because Mr. Trawick has a trial in January? I thought you had a trial on some case in January in Pennsylvania.
Or it's in Indiana,
Oh, in Indiana.
so that's in January, so.
All right. When is the trial? January 12th?
I'm pretty sure if he let them know what's going on here, they would change the date.
All right. So, Ms. Williams, back to the issue of you being represented by a lawyer. I have Mr. McKenna here available if you want to go forward today. If you want to reschedule this and come back from Pennsylvania, I'm okay. We'll get Mr. Guyman back here for that next hearing. But I've pretty much told you exactly what's going to happen, which is you're each going to withdraw your pleas of guilty to the felony. You're going to enter a plea of guilty to the misdemeanors. I'm going to find you guilty of the misdemeanors. I'm going to sentence you to each 30 days in jail, and I'm going to place you on 3 years of non-reporting probation. We're going to serve the jail sometime within the next 90 days, and you don't have to both serve the time, and I'm going to make Mr. Trawick eligible for the litter pickup program. Whatever amount of days he does, you do. If you don't want to go forward today or you want to wait, okay. Mr. McKenna, if you don't mind taking a couple of minutes to talk to Ms. Williams, then we'll go ahead with Mr. Trawick's case first, and then we'll do Ms. Williams' case. Yes. All right, so we're here for sentencing on the Trawick case. We have 0 days of jail time credit, $2,729.08. You can go ahead and talk to Mr. McKenna, Ms. Williams. $2,729.89 in restitution, which has been paid. Oh, Mr. Guyman is here. Oh, great. Come on in, Mr. Guyman. We weren't sure that you were coming.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Judge. I left the voicemail, but it wasn't showing on my docket. I think because it got confusing at times.
Okay, well, we got everything worked out in your absence. So we're going to go forward with sentence today. It's my understanding that both Ms. Williams and Mr. Trawick are going to withdraw their plea of guilty to the felony of the 5th degree. They are going to enter pleas of guilty to misdemeanor of the 1st degree. This is with the consent of both the state of Ohio and the victim in the case. and I'm going to find you guilty on the misdemeanor case. Is that accurately stated, Mr. Nihas?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Is that accurately stated, Mr. Guyman?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we already went through all the rights that you have already once before, Mr. Trawick. If you want, and Ms. Williams, if you want me to go through those rights, I can. But they're still the same that you had before when you pled guilty the last time.
No, you're fine.
All right, Mr. Trawick, is this what you want to do?
Yes.
What is your plea to the amended charge of a misdemeanor of the first degree?
Yes.
Ms. Williams, is this what you want to do?
Yes, guilty.
What is your plea to the amended charge of a misdemeanor in the first degree?
Guilty.
Based upon the plea of guilty, I'm going to find each of you guilty of the first degree misdemeanors. Mr. Harris or Ms. Hyatt, anything from the state?
Your Honor, okay, I was informed by Mr. View, I think, what was going on. I didn't realize they'd already pled, or we were withdrawing the plea. I didn't realize they had done.
He did duck out at a key moment.
Yeah, it's fine. No, so we're just going to do the 30 days local non-reporting. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm just trying to get caught up. Sorry.
Officer Rose, anything from probation?
Your Honor, so the 30 days has to be served within the next 90 days, or they just have to start serving by the next 90 days?
Well, since the trial is in January, yeah.
I could get them to change the trial date, so.
He spoke to his attorney.
All right, I want them to start serving the sentence within the next 90 days.
Both of them, or just?
Just the first one. Mr. Nihas, anything on behalf of Mr. Trawick?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Guyman, anything on behalf of Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
I don't have the receipt. I know it's floating around here somewhere.
I have mine.
Okay. Anything you want to tell me, Mr. Trawick? Anything you want to tell me, Ms. Williams?
I just want to apologize to the courts and the victim.
Judge, are you wanting me to do new plea forms for M1?
We're not going to do new plea forms. We're going to make a notation up on the entry. So if you could just send me the standard sentencing entry, I will put the additional language in there.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, should he just come in? Where should he turn himself in within the next 90 days to start?
We're going to have him report to probation, and then they will do a commitment to get him over. Since we don't have a fixed date, we can't do a commitment for that date.
Okay.
So we'll just have him report to probation.
And should they meet with probation today before they leave?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Trawick, anything you want to tell me?
No, I just apologize. The court said the victim slipped down.
All right. Ms. Williams, something else?
Yes. Him within the first 90 days, how does that fall with me? Do I go after he come out?
After he goes, you'll have week, 2 weeks, and then you report, and then we'll get your jail over with also.
After he come back or after he
After
goes?
he's out.
Okay, all right.
All right, I am going to put you each into our community control program for a period of 3 years. I'm going to impose the minimal amount of supervision on you between now and the time that you serve your jail. But when you're done with your jail time, your probation will convert to non-reporting probation. That means that you won't have any requirement other than we're going to run your record twice a year. And if there is a new criminal offense on your record, then you're going to serve the whole 180 days. If you don't have any more problems, we'll never see you anymore after you get your jail days done. I'm going to sentence you each to 30 days in jail, and we have 0 days of jail time credit. In Mr. Trawick's case, we have $2,729.89 in restitution, which is paid. In Ms. Williams' case, we have $1,439.91 in restitution, which is paid. You each have the right to appeal this to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middletown. If you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer to obtain a transcript or to pay the costs, it will all be provided to you at no charge. Good luck to both of you. You do need to meet with Officer Rose so that she can get this coordinated.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next is the case of the state of Ohio. Ms. Armstead. This is case number 25 CR 42525. Present before the court is Ms. Armstead, right?
Good morning, yes.
Hello.
Good afternoon, rather.
Represented by Mr. McKenna, we have Ms. Hyatt and Mr. Harris filling in from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, you're doing this?
And we have Officer Fisher from probation. We are here today for sentencing. We did have the opportunity to talk about this case in chambers before we got started. Courts had the opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation, and we have 2 days of jail time credit, $35 in reimbursement. Does that sound right to everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hyatt, Mr. Harris, anything on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. View, our indication is that we are asking for no contact with the co-defendant in this particular case, and we're also asking for a trespass from all ODRC properties.
Officer Fisher, what's the recommendation of probation in the case?
It is recommended if granted community control, the defendant complete the online corrective thinking course, obtain a full-time verifiable employment, complete 40 hours of community service, pay the $35 reimbursement to the state highway patrol, and no contact with the co-defendant in this case.
Mr. McKenna, what do I need to know about this?
Your Honor, Ms. Armstead is 34. She's single with one 7-year-old child. She's a high school graduate. She is her good thing going for her. She's in phlebotomy school. She definitely has opportunities to work. I will tell you, she's been very pleasant. She was immediately remorseful. She takes full responsibility for what she did. She got influenced by a paramour or friend in this case. I don't anticipate seeing her anymore. She requests community control.
Is there anything that you would like to tell me, Ms. Armstead, either as to why I shouldn't impose a sentence today, or before I impose a sentence, is there anything that you would like me to know?
I would like to apologize to the court. I know what I did was wrong. I actually do not talk to the person that was in the jail anymore, Michael Warren. So I don't have a problem with doing the no contact because we haven't talked in about 2 months or so. And I'm currently in school for phlebotomy, like you said. So I do apologize. I know at my big age that I know what I did was wrong. So I do want to apologize.
So here's where we're at, Ms. Armstead. You know, I have 2 prisons, a jail, a CBCF, and a halfway house, and a bunch of sober living facilities. And what I know is that people are bringing drugs into those facilities all the time. Mm-hmm. And not only does it interfere with the treatment and the incarceration of those folks, it also makes those places a more dangerous place to be because drugs are a currency in our institutions, especially our prisons. And what I used to do when I first started is I sent everybody who had any part in conveying drugs into the prison to jail for 90 days. My thought was that would create a deterrent for that. What I found, Ms. Armstead, is that was in fact not the case. It was not any kind of deterrent. And what I also found over the years, Ms. Armstead, is that the people who convey drugs into my prison, they don't make that mistake again. They generally are family people who do something really, really stupid on one occasion. You seem to fall into that, no offense,
No,
to that category. So I think sending you to jail is probably more than I need to do to make sure that this doesn't happen anymore. I'm going to put you into my community control program for a period of 3 years.
Okay.
I'm going to impose upon you the standard rules of community control. As a special term of your probation, I'm going to order that you complete 40 hours of community service, and you're also going to have to pay the $35 in reimbursement, and you're going to have to complete a corrective thinking class. There's a couple of different ones that we have to choose from. It doesn't really matter to me which one it is that you do. The plan is to transfer the supervision back to Cuyahoga County where you live. Okay. And I'm not going to impose a fine. I am going to impose the cost plus the reimbursements. It's also a term of your community control that you are not to be on the grounds of any sort of detention facility, not a prison, not a jail, not a community-based corrections facility, halfway house, any place where they house inmates. You are not to be on the grounds of that unless you are an inmate in that facility, and you are not to correspond with anyone who is in a prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
If you violate the terms of your supervision or you leave the state without permission, I could sentence you to up to the maximum penalty in this case, which is 36 months in prison. Is there anything else we need to do? Anything I forgot?
Judge, I'm sorry, did you say costs?
Yes, costs.
Thank you. No, nothing more than that. Thank you.
All right, you do have the right to appeal this, Ms. Armstead, to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middletown. If you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer to obtain a transcript or to pay the costs, they will all be provided to you at no charge.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're in recess.
Okay.